Hey there, story lovers. This is Supreme Harry, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if goblins summoned Harry at age 9 and he claimed every extinct house lordship in one day? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Summons. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was exactly 37 inches wide at its broadest point. Harry knew this because he had measured it with a piece of string he'd unraveled from one of Dudley's old jumpers, and then he had measured it again, and then a third time, because accurate information was one of the few things in his life that cost nothing and might someday matter. He was 9 years old and he had already developed the habit of measuring things. The cupboard had 2 shelves, one broken, one holding a collection of spiders that Harry had long since stopped trying to evict. There was a small cot that had once belonged to someone else, a pillow with no case, and a single blanket that smelled permanently of damp no matter how many times Aunt Petunia grudgingly washed it. There was a hook on the back of the door for his school uniform, which was Dudley's old uniform, which meant it was roughly the size of a small tent. There was a crack in the plasterboard near the floor that let in a thin blade of light from the hallway after dark, and Harry had spent 3 years learning how to read by that light, holding his library books flat against the floor and turning them millimeter by millimeter as the light moved with the hour. He had not told anyone about the reading. He had learned early that the fastest way to make something disappear was to care about it visibly. Right now he was lying on his back in the dark, which is to say it was 11 p.m. on a Thursday in August and the Dursleys were all asleep and the house was making the particular sounds that houses make when they believe no one is listening, pipes ticking, floors settling, the refrigerator humming its single unvaried note. Harry was not asleep because he was thinking about something he'd found at the library 2 weeks ago, a thin old book buried in the local history section behind a large atlas that no one appeared to have touched since 1987. The book was called A Laywoman's Guide to Magical Inheritance Law, being a plain account of the old customs, 3rd edition, 1843, and it had been written by someone named Araminta Vache, who Harry suspected from the author's portrait on the frontispiece had also not been taken very seriously by anyone in her lifetime. He had read it 4 times. He had memorized the parts that seemed important. He wasn't sure why he'd picked it up. He'd been looking for something about spiders, for company, mostly, and also because he liked to know the names of things, and his eye had caught the spine because the gold lettering had a quality that was different from the other gold lettering around it, slightly warmer, slightly more present. Like it was sitting 1 inch closer to him than everything else on the shelf. He'd been experiencing that more lately. Things with a particular quality of theirs that turned out, when examined, to be interesting. A crack in the pavement that led, if you followed it, to a coin. A cloud formation that resolved into the shape of an owl precisely when he was feeling most alone. A book about magical inheritance law buried behind an atlas. He was 9 and already suspicious of coincidence. The book had told him, among other things, that in the British magical tradition there existed something called the right of living blood, whereby any magical heir of sufficient lineage could, upon reaching a certain threshold of acknowledged power, petition for inheritance of houses that had been declared dormant by the Wisengamot. It had told him that the process was administered by the Goblins of Gringotts, and that the Goblins were, by treaty going back to 1372, entirely independent of the Ministry of Magic in matters of vault and blood. It had told him that in theory, in remarkable, unusual, almost never applicable theory, a single person could hold multiple lordships simultaneously, provided they could survive the claiming ritual for each one. He had read that section 6 times. He wasn't sure why. He had no reason to think it applied to him. He didn't know what houses he was heir to, didn't know what his threshold of power was, didn't know anything about his parents except that they had died in a car crash when he was 1, which he had always privately doubted because it didn't explain the scar on his forehead, or the way glass broke near him when he was angry, or the time he had ended up on the roof of the school gymnasium after Dudley's gang had backed him against a wall with nowhere to run. He had read it 6 times because it felt like something that was waiting for him to catch up to it. He fell asleep still thinking about it, and dreamed of a corridor made of gold. The owl arrived at 4 in the morning. Not through the mail slot. Not through the window, which was locked. It simply appeared, between one breath and the next, perched on the broken shelf above Harry's head with a letter in its beak and an expression of profound dignity. It was enormous and entirely white, and it was watching him with orange eyes that caught no light because there was no light to catch, which should have been impossible and was not. Harry sat up. The owl offered the letter. He took it. The envelope was made of something that wasn't quite paper, heavier, with a faint texture like scales. The address on the front read Harry J. Potter, The Cupboard, No. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, in ink that was not quite black, more the color of old bronze. In the corner where a return address might go, there was only a symbol, a G, angular and elaborate. The style of lettering he would later learn was called Goblin formal. He opened it with steady hands. He was not afraid. He had developed, through 9 years of careful necessity, a relationship with the unknown that was more curious than frightened. Unknown things were just known things you hadn't gotten to yet. The letter read, to Harry James Potter, blood heir of houses Potter, Black, Peveril, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Merlin, Emrys, Lofay, Pendragon, Flammel, Ollivander, Bones, Gaunt, Pruitt, and Dumbledore adjacent cadet line. You are summoned to Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London, on the morning of the 23rd of August, no later than 9 o'clock. This summons is issued under Article 14 of the Goblin Wizard Accord of 1372, which supersedes any and all contrary instruction from any wizard, witch, ministry official, or self-appointed guardian. You are not required to inform anyone of this summons. You are not required to bring anything. You are required only to appear. The matter is urgent. The matter is, in fact, somewhat past urgent and edging toward catastrophic, but we are goblins and we do not panic in correspondence. Ragnarok, Chief of Gringotts. Harry read it twice. Then he looked at the owl. 23rd, he said quietly. That's tomorrow. The owl blinked once, which he took as confirmation. Then it vanished, between one breath and the next, the same way it had arrived. Harry lay back down. He did not go back to sleep. He stared at the hairline crack above him and thought very carefully about 17 names, some of which he recognized, Potter, obviously, and Black, which rang a dim bell from something overheard once, and most of which he did not, and which he therefore spent the remaining 3 hours of darkness cataloguing in his memory with the same methodical attention he gave to everything that might someday matter. When the house began making the sounds of waking up at 6:30, Aunt Petunia's slippers on the kitchen tiles, the boiler lurching to life, Dudley's thunderous descent of the staircase, Harry folded the letter carefully and pressed it under the mattress. Then he got up, put on Dudley's enormous uniform, and went to make breakfast. He did not say anything about the letter. He was very good at not saying things. Getting to London was theoretically impossible for a 9-year-old boy with no money and no permission, and Harry had solved this problem before 6 in the morning by deciding it wasn't actually a problem. The letter had said he wasn't required to inform anyone. It had not said anything about asking for bus fare. He had, in fact, been saving small coins for over a year in a crack behind the loose brick in the garden wall, £2.43, accumulated in 2-pence pieces and the occasional 5, gathered from pavements and left behind pocket change with the patient industry of someone who understood that resources were not given, they were collected. £2.43 was not enough for London. He knew that. He left the house at 7:15, while the Dursleys were occupied with Dudley's breakfast, which was an event that required all available adult attention and left no surplus for monitoring the back door. He walked to the main road. He counted the coins. He stood at the bus stop for exactly 4 minutes before a bus arrived that was not the usual route. Its destination board read Central London, Diagon Alley adjacent in letters that shimmered slightly, which Harry noted with the same calm he brought to all inexplicable things. The driver looked at him. Harry looked at the driver and held out his £2.43. The driver, who had a silver ring on his left hand engraved with the same angular G from the letter, took the coins without comment and gave him a ticket. The ticket read Compliments of Gringotts Bank, return journey included. Harry sat down and watched Surrey dissolve into London outside the window and thought about the list of names. Gryffindor. Slytherin. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. The founders of Hogwarts. He had read about Hogwarts in 6 different books and had always assumed it was the kind of thing that was real, the same way that television programs about ancient history were real, interesting, documented, technically factual, but having nothing to do with you personally. Apparently he had been wrong about that. Merlin. Emrys. 2 names that, he suspected from the Araminta book, referred to the same person. He had read about Merlin. He had thought Merlin was legend. Apparently he had been wrong about that too. Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay, which meant he was somehow descended from both Merlin and his famous enemy, which was either a paradox or a joke or possibly just what happened when bloodlines ran long enough. Flamel. Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist, who had supposedly been dead for 4 centuries but about whom certain library books were oddly evasive regarding the details of his death. Ollivander, that was a wand-making family, he'd read the name on a shop mentioned in a tourist pamphlet about Diagon Alley. Bones, he didn't know that one. Gaunt, he didn't know that one. Pruitt, he didn't know that one. Pendragon, which was, if he was reading correctly, King Arthur's house. He was apparently descended from King Arthur. He looked out the window at a grey August London and thought, right then. He was not afraid. He was, if he was honest, the most awake he had ever felt in his life. Diagon Alley was real. He had half expected it not to be, or to be real in the way that the bus was real, partially, provisionally, in a way that might dissolve if he looked at it from the wrong angle. Instead it was entirely, aggressively, overwhelmingly real. It smelled of hot bread and something chemical and something earthy, and underneath everything a deep mineral smell like quarried stone. It was loud with morning trade, witches and wizards moving between shops in robes of every color, owls overhead, a cart of cauldrons blocking the middle of the street and being shouted at by 3 separate people. A boy about his age went past holding what appeared to be a live toad in each hand and looking hunted. Harry walked through it without stopping to stare because he had made a private promise to himself not to do the obvious thing, which was stand in the middle of the street with his mouth open. He had made that promise somewhere on the M25 because he had known, with absolute certainty, that wherever he was going today was going to offer him many opportunities to be overwhelmed, and that being overwhelmed was a luxury he could not yet afford. Gringotts was at the end of the alley and there was no mistaking it. Everything else in Diagon Alley had a kind of cheerful impermanence, colors fading, signs leaning, buildings slightly at odds with each other's heights. Gringotts was cut from white marble and stood as if it had grown there rather than been built, its columns so perfectly proportioned that they made everything around them look apologetic. There were goblins at the doors, small and dark-eyed and holding spears with the comfortable ease of people who did not need to hold spears but were making a point. Harry walked up the steps. One of the door goblins stepped forward. "Harry Potter," Harry said, before the goblin could speak. "I have a summons. From Ragnarok." The goblin looked at him. Harry looked back. The goblin had eyes like polished coal and was clearly doing an assessment, and Harry let it happen without fidgeting. "Follow," the goblin said, and turned without waiting. The inside of Gringotts was nothing like he'd expected and everything he should have expected, vast and echoing, the ceiling lost somewhere above in shadow, the air cool and carrying the smell of old stone and older metal. There were dozens of goblins at dozens of counters, and the sound of the bank was a continuous low murmur that wasn't quite speech and wasn't quite machinery and was probably both. The grand floor with its bustling human customers was only glimpsed, the door goblin took him immediately left, through an arched doorway Harry would never have noticed, and down a corridor that sloped gradually downward. They walked for what felt like 5 minutes and might have been more. The corridor was lit with sconces that burned a greenish-white and showed walls increasingly covered with carved symbols that Harry recognized, from the Araminta book, as goblin inheritance markers. They passed 3 locked doors and one door that was open, through which Harry glimpsed a room full of scales and ledgers and goblins bent over them with the focused energy of people doing sums that mattered. Then they stopped at a door that was different from the others, dark wood, no carvings, a simple iron handle, a small nameplate that read in angular text, Chief Ragnarok. "Knock once." Harry knocked once. "Enter," said a voice that was lower and rougher than he'd expected, like gravel that had learned to speak. Ragnock was old. Not old like Aunt Petunia's neighbor Mrs. Fig, who was old in a soft and diminishing way. Old like the corridor was old, like age was a material in him rather than a process. He was smaller than Harry had somehow imagined, seated behind a desk that was massive even by goblin standards, covered in documents and maps and several instruments Harry had no name for. His hands, resting flat on the desk, were mapped with tendons and dark veins. His eyes, when they found Harry, were the color of mercury and moved with the precision of something that had been watching things carefully for a very long time. Harry sat down in the chair across the desk without being invited. The chair was sized for humans, they'd expected him, then. He sat with his back straight and his hands in his lap and met Ragnock's gaze without blinking. Ragnock looked at him for a long moment. Then something shifted in his expression, barely, perhaps only readable to someone paying close attention, that Harry later identified as surprise. "You're not frightened," Ragnock said. "Should I be?" Harry said. "Most humans your age brought into this office are crying. I'm not most humans my age." Ragnock looked at him for another moment. Then he made a sound that was not quite a laugh but occupied the same territory. He picked up a document from the top of the nearest stack and laid it flat on the desk between them, turning it so Harry could read it. It was a chart. A family tree, or rather a family net, lines crossing and recrossing in a pattern dense enough that Harry had to spend a moment simply orienting himself. His name was at the center, printed in ink that was a different color from everything around it, not red, not gold, something between the two that he'd never seen used for printing before. "You know what this is?" Ragnock said. "My bloodline." Harry scanned the branching lines. He had been right about Merlin Emery's being the same entry. He had been wrong about Pendragon. It wasn't simply Arthur's house, it was 6 generations of pre-Hogwarts magical nobility feeding into it, Arthur being only the most famous branch. How far back does it go? The verifiable lines go to approximately 800 CE. There are theoretical extensions earlier, but goblin inheritance law does not deal in theory. Ragnock tapped the chart with one long finger. "What you are looking at is the product of 2,000 years of magical bloodlines converging. Your father's family alone held 3 separate ancient house claims. Your mother's line, which the wizarding world dismissed as Muggleborn, was in fact a cadet branch of the Gaunt family that had gone dormant for 6 generations. The Gaunts, as you may or may not know, are the last known descendants of Salazar Slytherin." Harry looked at the Gaunt line on the chart. It ran through his mother's side like a river finding the sea. "My mother was related to Slytherin," he said. Not a question. Distantly. The line had lost its magic by the time it reached her grandfather. She recovered it spontaneously, which the Ministry classified as Muggleborn emergence. It was not. It was reactivation. Ragnock's tone made clear what he thought of the Ministry's classification system. This matters because the Gaunt Vault, the Gaunt Seat, and the Gaunt claims, including the outstanding blood debt owed to the Gaunt line by one Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, also known as the individual commonly credited with killing your parents, are all technically your inheritance. Harry held very still. He was a Gaunt descendant, he said slowly. And my mother was too. Which is why the killing curse behaved as it did, Ragnock said. We believe. The full accounting is complex and involves principles of sacrificial magic that even goblins do not entirely understand. What we understand is the legal outcome. Riddle's curse reflected, Riddle was dispersed, and in the dispersal his claim on the Gaunt Lordship, which he had seized by murder, was voided. The Lordship reverted to the next eligible heir. He paused. You. Harry looked at the chart. Then he looked up. You said the matter was urgent. Past urgent, your letter said. What's happening? Ragnock sat back. For a moment he simply looked at Harry with those mercury eyes, and Harry had the distinct impression of being re-evaluated upward. You understand the concept of magical ley lines? Ragnar said. Lines of magical energy running through the earth. Like nervous system pathways for ambient magic. The major convergences are where old magical communities historically settled. He had read that in a geography of magical Britain that had been miscatalogued under natural history at the library. Ragnar's expression did the thing again, the small, barely perceptible shift. Correct. Gringotts sits on the largest ley convergence in Britain. The vaults are not merely storage, they are, and have been for 11 centuries, anchor points for the magical infrastructure of these islands. When a noble house vault sits active but unclaimed for too long, the magic in it becomes restless. Unstructured. It begins to resonate with the ley lines in ways that are not predictable. How many unclaimed vaults are we talking about? 17. All corresponding to your bloodlines. The earliest became critical approximately 3 years ago. The most recent, the Dumbledore-adjacent cadet line, went critical 6 weeks ago when the last possible alternative claimant died. A pause. Naturally. Something in the way he said naturally made Harry look up from the chart. You don't think it was natural? I think that Albus Dumbledore has been aware of the ley line situation for approximately 18 months and has taken no action. I think that the alternative claimant who died was an elderly squib named Eustace Pemberton who had been in good health until very recently. I think that Albus Dumbledore has, for his own reasons, a profound interest in Harry Potter remaining exactly what you have been for the last 8 years, ignorant, isolated, and powerless. He said it without drama, as a statement of accountable fact. The goblins are not Dumbledore's allies. We are no one's allies. We operate under contract and law, and the law says that these vaults must be claimed, and you are the only individual with sufficient blood to claim them, and so here you are. Harry thought about this. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about the string and the 37 inches. He thought about reading by a blade of light from the hallway crack. He thought about 8 years of being small, being quiet, being invisible, being the thing that cooked breakfast and took up too much space and was never quite the right shape for the life he'd been assigned. He thought about 17 names. What happens if I don't claim them? He asked. Not because he wasn't going to, he had already decided, sometime in the last 30 seconds, with the totality of certainty he brought to decisions that were actually just recognitions, but because he wanted to understand the full architecture. Within 3 to 6 months, the ley lines beneath Britain begin to fail. The magical infrastructure deteriorates. Hogwarts loses its structural enchantments first, the wards, then the moving staircases, then the fundamental stability of the castle itself. After that, in no particular order, Diagon Alley, the Ministry of Magic, St. Mungo's Hospital, every protected magical community on these islands. We estimate 400,000 people are directly dependent on the infrastructure. He said it flatly. We are goblins. We do not use words like catastrophe lightly. But we would use it here. And Dumbledore knows this. Dumbledore knows this. Harry looked at the chart again. His name in that odd reddish-gold ink, webbed to the past by 2,000 years of lines. What are the trials? He said. 1 trial per house claimed. Some are questions, some are tasks, some are simply endurance. The claiming ritual seals each house to your blood and magic. The full 17 will take the better part of a day. A pause. We have never had a claimant attempt more than 3 in a single session. The cumulative magical strain, I'll do all 17, Harry said. Today. Ragnar looked at him. Really looked at him, in the way that only happened when something was being seen rather than assessed. You're 9 years old, he said. I know, Harry said. Does that change the law? A long silence. The instruments on the desk made small sounds. Somewhere below them, far below, vaults full of wild magic hummed. No, Ragnar said. It does not. Then. Harry straightened in his chair. Tell me what I need to know. Ragnar talked for 40 minutes. Harry listened with the specific quality of attention he had developed over 9 years of needing to learn things without anyone offering to teach him, not passive reception but active construction, each piece of information placed in relation to every other piece, the shape of the whole emerging as the parts accumulated. The trials varied. Some houses had clear traditions. The Potter trial was a test of transfiguration, the ancient magic of matter change being the Potter family's historical gift. The Slytherin trial was a test of Parseltongue, which Harry had not yet processed the implications of but which he filed for later. The Peveril trial, which Ragnarok described with something that might have been carefully suppressed unease, was a test of what Ragnarok called death cognizance, the ability to perceive and be perceived by forces adjacent to mortality without flinching. The Gryffindor trial was a test of physical courage. The Founders' trials each tested their respective founding gift. The Merlin Emery's house trial is unusual, Ragnarok said, and something in his voice changed, not much, but enough for Harry to notice. It is not a test we designed. It predates goblin involvement in inheritance law. What it consists of is. He paused. It will become apparent. That is not evasion. It is simply the honest answer. And the claiming ritual at the end. Seals your blood to all 17 houses simultaneously. It is. Ragnarok seemed to be choosing his words with specific care. Painful. Transformative. Your magic will change. Not its nature, but its scope. You will not be the same as you are now, in measurable ways. I'm not the same as I was this morning, Harry said. That seems to be the theme of the day. Ragnarok made the not quite laugh sound again. He stood, which brought him to approximately Harry's chest height, and extended his hand. His grip, when Harry shook it, was iron. Article 14, Ragnarok said. Under Goblin law, you are under our protection for the duration of this process. No wizard, ministry agent, or self-appointed guardian has jurisdiction here. Not even Dumbledore. Is that understood? Yes, Harry said. Good. He released Harry's hand and turned toward a door at the back of the office that Harry hadn't noticed. One more thing, Mr. Potter. Yes. Ragnarok looked back at him. The Mercury eyes had something in them now that Harry took a moment to identify and then did, respect. Not sentiment, not warmth, something harder than either, the respect of someone who had watched things carefully for a very long time and rarely found anything worth looking at twice. Your parents did not die in a car crash, he said. The goblins have held the true account in trust since the night it happened. After the trials, if you wish to read it, it will be available to you. The words landed like stones in still water. Harry stood in them for a moment. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about Aunt Petunia's brittle voice saying car crash and never quite meeting his eyes when she said it. He thought about the scar. He thought about 9 years of a life shaped by something he'd never been told. After the trials, he said. His voice was completely steady. Yes. Ragnarok nodded once and opened the door. Beyond it, stairs led down toward a sound like deep water and older things, and Harry took a breath and followed. He was 9 years old, and he had 37 inches of width and 2 pounds 43 pence and a string measurement and a water-stained blanket and a way of reading by the light from a crack in the wall, and apparently, he was also the heir to 17 of the oldest magical houses in Britain. He walked through the door. Behind him, very quietly, Ragnarok said something in goblin tongue that Harry would not have a translation for until much later. He would later learn it meant, roughly, there it is. The afternoon light was changing by the time Harry sat in a small room 3 floors below Gringotts ground level, waiting for the first trial to begin. The room was bare stone, lit by those greenish-white sconces, with 1 table and 2 chairs and a goblin attendant named Griphook who had been assigned to escort him between trials and who was currently doing an extremely good job of pretending not to stare. Harry was reading. He had found, in the corridor outside, a framed notice he'd asked Griphook's permission to take down temporarily, a printed summary of goblin inheritance law, the formal version, in small dense type that Griphook had implied no human had ever tried to read in full. Harry was reading it in full. He had gotten through 2/3 of it. "You actually understand that?" Griphook said, despite clearly having told himself not to say anything. Harry looked up. "Most of it." "What's a vaultwright?" A goblin who maintains the structural enchantments on the vault walls. Like a stonemason, but for the magical architecture, yes. So the vaultwright is the one who'll be present for the claiming ritual at the end? Because it's effectively a structural modification to 17 separate vaults simultaneously. Griphook stared at him. "You're 9. People keep saying that," Harry said. "The answer doesn't change." Griphook looked at him for another moment. Then, with the air of a goblin who had decided something and wasn't sure he was happy about it, he sat down across the table. "The vaultwright and 3 assistants, yes. And the chief. And a witness from each claimed house's last known ally, we tracked those. And possibly," he stopped. "Possibly. The ritual for 17 simultaneous claims hasn't been performed since a claimant in 1203. There are accounts of what happened. They're in the restricted archive." He paused again. "I looked them up this morning. After the summons was confirmed." "What happened in 1203? "The claimant survived," Griphook said. "Everything within 20 feet that wasn't specifically warded did not." Harry considered this. What wasn't warded? "The furniture, mostly. Some documentation. A small decorative tapestry. But the goblins were fine. We ward ourselves." "Then I just need to make sure I'm warded too," Harry said. He looked at Griphook. "Can you do that? Before the ritual? Is that within your authority?" Griphook blinked. His mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. No human has ever asked me that. They never think to." He stopped. "I can request it. From the vaultwright?" "Yes." "Thank you," Harry said, and returned to the inheritance law summary. Griphook sat across from him in the quiet stone room and watched him read with an expression that was going to take him several days to fully identify. When he did, he identified it as this: the feeling of seeing something in its right place for the first time, after a very long period of it being in the wrong one. The door at the end of the room opened. A different goblin appeared, older than Griphook, wearing formal robes of deep gray, holding a scroll that crackled with the kind of energy that made the air around it feel different. "Harry James Potter," the goblin said. "The trials are ready." Harry set down the inheritance law summary, folded carefully along its original creases. He stood up. He adjusted the collar of Dudley's enormous shirt, which still didn't fit and probably never would. "Good," he said. And walked toward the door. Chapter 2, The Trials of Blood and Stone. The trial rooms were not in a row. Harry had half expected a corridor with doors numbered 1 through 17, something orderly and sequential, the kind of structure that implied a process with a clear beginning and end. Instead, Griphook led him through a section of Gringotts that defied easy mapping, stairs that went sideways as often as they went down, corridors that curved in ways that didn't quite match the turns you'd taken to reach them, rooms opening off rooms in a branching pattern that felt less architectural and more geological, like he was moving through something that had grown rather than been built. "The trial chambers predate the bank," Griphook said, which was the most he'd offered voluntarily since the inheritance law conversation. "The bank was built around them." "How old are they?" "The oldest ones?" "We don't know. Old enough that the stone remembers things we don't." He said it without drama, which somehow made it more alarming. "The Potter chamber is first. It's one of the newer ones. Only about 400 years. Only, Harry thought. Right. The Potter chamber was round, with walls of pale grey stone and a floor that was slightly warmer than the air, as if something below it was breathing. In the center stood a table with an object on it that Harry recognized after a moment as a mirror, but a mirror that reflected nothing, it surfaced the flat silver white of a closed eye. The formal goblin, whose name, Harry had learned, was Sharpclaw and whose role was trial keeper, stood to one side with his scroll. He read from it without preamble. The Potter House Trial. The gift of the Potter line is transfiguration, the understanding that form is not fixed, that matter is a suggestion rather than a rule. The trial is this: the mirror shows you what you are. Change what you are, without ceasing to be what you are. You have as long as the mirror gives you. Harry looked at the mirror. The mirror looked back, or rather, it didn't, its surface still that closed eye silver. He walked to the table. He stood in front of it. He put his hands flat on the table surface on either side of the mirror's base and looked at it. The surface shifted. It showed him the cupboard. Not a memory of it, the actual cupboard, rendered in perfect miniature as if seen from above, the cot and the broken shelf and the spiders and the crack that let the light in. He stood there for a moment looking at it, and felt the thing he always felt when he looked at the cupboard, which was not sadness exactly but something denser, the specific weight of a space that had been made too small. Then he understood the trial. He didn't reach for any conscious magic. He didn't think about technique or method. He just looked at the cupboard in the mirror and thought, with the absolute clarity of someone who has been waiting 9 years to think it, no, actually. The mirror's surface rippled. The cupboard dissolved. In its place, the mirror showed him something he couldn't name at first, a large room, high-ceilinged, with windows that let in real light. Books on the walls. A desk. A bed that was actually the right size. A space that said person rather than inconvenience. It wasn't a wish, it was a correction, the difference between what had been and what should have been, shown in silver. Then it showed him himself. Not the correction. Not the cupboard. Him. Small, dark-haired, wearing a shirt that didn't fit, standing in front of a mirror in a stone room underground with his hands flat on a table. The surface went still. Sharpclaw made a mark on his scroll. The Potter House Trial. Passed. Harry lifted his hands from the table. His palms were warm where they'd rested on the stone. What was I supposed to do, he asked, because he genuinely wanted to know. Most claimants attempt to physically transform something in the room, Sharpclaw said. A stone into something else. The mirror usually rejects them within the first minute. Why? Because the trial doesn't test the ability to change things. It tests the understanding of what change means. He paused, and Harry thought he detected something like professional satisfaction in the goblin's voice. In 400 years, you are the 5th to pass that way. The first in 90 years. How did the others do it? 1 changed the mirror itself. 2 transformed the table. 1, Sharpclaw paused. 1 saw the cupboard the same as you. In a different shape. Same meaning. Harry filed that away. He followed Griphook out of the round room and deeper in. The Black House Trial was nothing like the Potter one. The Black Chamber was dark, genuinely dark, not dim, and the air in it was cold in the specific way of things that haven't moved in a long time. The floor was black stone and the ceiling was black stone, and between them the room was simply an absence of light with a darkness at its center that was darker than the rest. Harry stood at the entrance and waited for his eyes to adjust, and then realized they weren't going to, because there was nothing for them to adjust to. The Black House Trial, Sharpclaw read. The gift of the black line is the understanding of what cannot be seen, the magic that exists in the spaces between things, in silence, in absence. The trial is this: walk to the center of the room and remain there for as long as the room asks. Do not use light. Do not use sound. When it's done, it's done. Harry walked into the dark. He'd been in the dark before. He'd spent years in the dark, in a cupboard under the stairs, and the dark had been, not comfortable, but honest. It didn't pretend to be anything it wasn't. He walked until the floor felt like center, which he knew instinctively, and he stopped. The dark pressed in. It wasn't empty darkness. He could feel things in it, not threatening, not comforting, just present, the way the air in old rooms is present, weighted with things that happened before you arrived. He didn't try to see them. He didn't try to name them. He stood in the center of the room and let the darkness be what it was. Then something spoke. It didn't use words. It used the space behind words, the silence that words come from, and what it said, without saying, was, "Are you afraid of what you can't see?" Harry thought about it honestly, because the only thing he could tell was that this trial cared about honesty in a way that would make lying immediately apparent. He thought about the owl appearing between one breath and the next. He thought about the bus with the shimmering destination board. He thought about 17 names, most of which he'd never heard before this morning. He thought about what Ragnak had said about his parents. Was he afraid of what he couldn't see? He thought, I've always known there was more than I could see. That's not frightening. That's just how things are. The darkness exhaled. The room was still dark, but it was different, dark, thinner, the way dawn is different from midnight even before you can see anything. Something passed through the air near his face, he didn't flinch, and then it was gone, and Sharpclaw's voice came from behind him, the Black House trial. Past. Harry walked back out. He realized, when he was back in the lit corridor, that he didn't know how long he'd been in there. It might have been 5 minutes. It might have been 20. Griphook was looking at him with that expression again. Harry decided not to comment on it. The Peveril trial was the one Ragnak had described as death cognizance, and Harry had been thinking about it since the corridor outside Ragnak's office. The Peveril chamber was not dark and not light. It was the color of old parchment and smelled of something dry and mineral and ageless, and it contained no furniture, no objects, no table. It was just a room with that particular quality of parchment light, and in the center of the room stood a figure. The figure was not frightening. That was the first thing Harry noticed, and it surprised him. He had expected something designed to be terrible, a skeleton or a shadow or something from the imagery of children's stories. Instead it was simply a person-shaped stillness, neither dark nor bright, occupying space the way that spaces sometimes hold the impression of someone who stood there once and hasn't quite left. The Peveril House trial, Sharpclaw said from well behind Harry. Something in his voice was different here, quieter, with a care to it that hadn't been present in the other 2 readings. The Peveril gift is the oldest of all the houses you are claiming today. It is not a skill, not a power. It is a relationship. The trial is this: look at what is in the center of the room, and do not look away, and see what is actually there. Harry walked forward. He stopped about 3 feet from the figure. He looked at it. He looked at it carefully, the way he looked at everything, with the full attention of someone who has learned that the difference between seeing and seeing is usually where the important information lives. What he saw was this: something immeasurably old, with no intent toward him, neither kind nor cruel, simply existent in the way that gravity is existent, a fact of the universe that continued whether or not you had an opinion about it. It looked back at him, and the looking was not warm and not cold. It was the look of something that had been looked at with fear and with awe and with hatred and with supplication for 10,000 years and had not been changed by any of it. He thought about his parents. He thought about how they had died, or rather how Ragnak had said they had died, and how the account of it waited in the archive. He thought about a curse that had reflected and a man who had dispersed. He thought about the thing the wizarding world called death and the thing this figure in the parchment-colored room clearly was, and he thought, I am not afraid of you. Not because you are safe. Because you are true. The figure was still for a long moment. Then it inclined its head. Just slightly. The gesture of one equal to another. The parchment light faded. Sharpclaw's voice, even quieter than before, the Peveril House trial. Past. Harry became aware that he had been holding his breath for some time. He let it out. When he turned back toward the door, Griphook was standing in the entrance and his expression had moved past the previous one into something Harry didn't have a word for yet. It was the kind of face someone makes when they have revised their expectations significantly upward and are still in the middle of the revision. The Peveril trial, Griphook said quietly. Hasn't been passed in 300 years. What happens when someone fails it? They leave the room in a different condition than they entered, Griphook said. Not a specifics answer. An honest one. Come. The Gryffindor chamber is next and it is, at least, straightforward. The Gryffindor trial was not actually straightforward. Harry had been told it was a test of physical courage, and the Gryffindor chamber made good on that. It was a room with a combat floor, and across the combat floor there was a door, and between the entrance and the door there were three things that Harry could only describe as magical constructs, shapes that weren't quite animals and weren't quite fire, moving with a slow deliberate intelligence on the floor between him and the far door. The Gryffindor house trial, Sharpclaw read, and now he sounded almost, like he was enjoying himself. Cross the room. That was all. Harry looked at the three things. They hadn't noticed him yet, or were pretending not to. One was roughly the size of a large dog and moved like fire given directions. One was smaller and faster and paced in a tight circuit that covered the left side of the room in a pattern he could read if he watched for 30 seconds. One sat near the far door and didn't move at all, which was clearly the most dangerous of the three. He studied the pattern for 20 seconds. He thought about 37 inches and a piece of string and the difference between accurate information and useful information. He thought about the roof of the school gymnasium and how he'd gotten there without knowing how, and the specific way the wind had felt against his face at that height. Then he ran. Not at the constructs. Not at the door. He ran at the leftward wall, kicked off it at a height that surprised him. His legs apparently knew something he hadn't consciously authorized, caught the edge of a stone protrusion and went over the fast-moving one while it was mid-circuit. Landed, rolled, came up running at an angle that gave him a line on the door that passed outside the fire dog's range. The still one at the door moved, finally, but it moved forward, and Harry went sideways and then forward and the door was 3 feet away and he hit it with his shoulder and it opened. Total time, 14 seconds. He stood in the corridor on the other side with his heart going quickly and his shoulder complaining about the door and a feeling in his chest that was not triumph exactly. Triumph was about others seeing you, but something more private. The feeling of moving correctly. Of being the right size for the space. Sharpclaw appeared through the door a moment later, scroll in hand, looking as if he was professionally required not to smile and was managing only narrowly. The Gryffindor house trial. Passed. How fast was that? Harry asked. In living memory. Fastest. A pause. In recorded history. Second. Who was first? Godric Gryffindor himself, who ran it in 10 seconds and then asked if he could do it again. Sharpclaw made the mark on his scroll. We didn't let him. Harry grinned, a quick, genuine flash of it, and then they were moving again. The Founders' Trials, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, came in sequence and each was true to its house in ways that made Harry think about Hogwarts founding as an act of specific vision rather than tradition. The Hufflepuff trial put him in a room with 5 other people, except that the 5 other people were clearly illusions, translucent, voiceless, going through the motions of distress. One appeared to be injured. One was lost. One was holding something heavy that it couldn't carry alone. One was cold. One was simply standing in the middle of the room looking at nothing in particular. There was no instruction. There was no time limit announced. There was no indication of what passing looked like. Harry looked at the 5 of them and thought for a moment, not about solutions but about the people themselves, and what they actually needed, because he had the distinct sense that the Hufflepuff trial would know the difference between helping and performing help. He went to the injured one first. He didn't have bandages or medicine. He sat next to it and put his hand on its arm and stayed there for a moment, just present, the way he had sometimes wished someone would be present with him in the cupboard. The illusion's transparency shifted slightly, warmer. Then the lost one. He didn't give it directions. He walked with it in a slow circuit of the room, side by side, until its walking steadied. Then the heavy burdened one, he didn't take the weight, he stood on the other side of it and matched his hands to it, sharing without removing. The cold one he sat next to, close enough for warmth to be possible. The one standing in the middle looking at nothing, he stood in front of, put himself in its eye line, waited until it looked at him. He wasn't sure how much time passed. When he looked up, the illusions were gone and the room was just a room, and Sharpclaw's voice was doing something he hadn't heard it do in the previous trials. It was gentle. The Hufflepuff House trial. Passed. The Ravenclaw trial was a room full of books. That was it. There was one question written on a piece of parchment on the floor in the center: what is the difference between knowledge and understanding? Harry picked up the parchment. He read the question. He read it again. He thought about the Araminta Vosh book and the Inheritance Law summary and 6 different books about Hogwarts and 1 about Goblin history and 2 about magical botany and a general encyclopedia of magical Britain and the corner of an atlas he'd never properly looked at, and he thought about what all of that reading had actually done, which was not fill him up with facts but change the shape of the inside of his head so that new facts had places to land. He turned the parchment over and wrote on the back of it with the quill that was inexplicably in his pocket. He had not had a quill before entering this room, but he had it now, because this was that kind of trial. Knowledge is having the map. Understanding is knowing you are also inside it. He set the parchment down. The books around the walls briefly illuminated, every one of them at once, and then went quiet. The Ravenclaw House trial. Passed. The Slytherin trial was a stone room with a locked door and a snake. The snake was enormous. Not dangerously so, not an attacking posture, but large enough that its presence fundamentally changed the character of the space. It was coiled near the locked door and watching Harry with the patient, categorical intelligence that snakes had always shown him, even the small garden ones at Privet Drive that Aunt Petunia shrieked at and Harry had always understood. He knew, from Ragnarok, what the Slytherin trial was. He crouched down to eye level, the snake's eye level, which required a fairly significant crouch, and said, in the language that had always lived somewhere below his regular thinking and simply needed addressing, "Hello." The snake's tongue flickered. "You speak," it said. Not a question. "Yes," Harry said. "They sent you here. They told me about here. I chose to come." The snake considered him for a long moment with its unblinking attention. "The door is locked from the inside," it said finally. "I have been waiting for someone to tell me that. Everyone who comes tries to tell me what to do." A pause. "Not ask. Tell." "I'm not going to tell you anything," Harry said. "I just want you to know that I'm here and I'd like to go through the door, if you don't mind." Another long pause. The snake uncoiled. It moved past him toward the back of the room in a long, unhurried slide, and as it passed him its scales brushed his ankle and the locked door clicked open. "The small one with the mark," the snake said, in that below language. "We've been waiting for you too. Not just here. Generally." Harry looked at the snake. "What mark?" he said aloud, and then remembered it was a trial chamber and switched back to Parseltongue. "What mark?" The snake glanced at his forehead and then looked away with the supreme indifference of something that has said what it came to say. Harry stood up. He touched the scar on his forehead with 2 fingers. He had always had it. He had always known it meant something. He filed it under later with the same discipline he was applying to everything today that wasn't the immediate task. "The Slytherin House trial," Sharpclaw said, and his voice had taken on that new quality again, the one that lived between awe and something more complicated. "Passed. The Merlin Emery's trial was last among the trials for individual houses, save by some instinct of Sharpclaw's for sequencing or simply by the fact that it was the oldest and the deepest and the furthest down, and by the time they reached its chamber Harry had been in Gringotts for hours and had passed 12 trials in a row and was running on something that wasn't adrenaline and wasn't calm but was the territory where the two met. He was also, if he was honest, tired. Not physically, his body felt fine, better than fine actually, as if each trial had added something rather than used it, but there was a cognitive tiredness that came with sustained attention, the feeling of a mind that has been at full capacity for too long and knows it. He didn't say this. He didn't slow down. The Merlin Emery's chamber was at the bottom of everything, below the deepest vault level, accessible by a staircase that took 10 minutes to descend. The walls down here were not cut stone. They were raw rock, and embedded in the raw rock were crystals that caught the sconce light and fractured it into colors Harry had no names for. The air tasted like the bottom of the earth, clean in a way that had nothing to do with cleanliness and everything to do with age. The chamber itself had no objects, no furniture, no figures. It was just an enormous space carved from the living rock, perfectly circular, with a ceiling that arched so high it was lost in shadow, and in the center of the floor a circle was carved that was so old its edges had softened into the surrounding stone. Sharpclaw stood at the entrance and didn't read from his scroll. Harry looked at him. No instruction. We don't know what the instruction is, Sharpclaw said. I told you. The trial predates us. What happened to the last person who came here? Sharpclaw looked at him. She came here in 813 AD and she stood in the circle and the chamber responded to her and she passed. We know this because she walked back out. We have no account of what happened in between because she refused to speak of it. He paused. Her name was Rowena. She named her house Ravenclaw afterward. We believe the name was significant to what she experienced here. Harry walked to the circle. He stood at its edge and looked down at the carved lines, worn smooth with age, and felt the thing he'd been feeling since he was 8 and first started finding books that glowed with that particular quality of theirs. The feeling of something that had been waiting. He stepped into the circle. The chamber changed. Not dramatically, no light show, no sound. It was more like a shift in gravity, subtle and total, the feeling of a space suddenly paying a different quality of attention. The crystals in the walls lit differently, and Harry had the overwhelming sense of something vast becoming aware, not of him as a person, but of him as a point on a line. The most recent point on a very long line. He stood in the circle and he felt, for the first time since walking through Ragnarok's back door, genuinely small. Not in the cupboard way, not in the diminished way, small the way a person is small standing on a cliff above the sea. Proportionally small. Correctly small. Something moved through him. Not painful. Not pleasurable. He later struggled to describe it and eventually settled on this. It was the feeling of being recognized by something that had recognized many things before you and found them, each in their time, adequate. He didn't fight it. He didn't try to shape it. He just stood in it and let it move through him the way the darkness in the black chamber had moved through. Then it stopped. The chamber was just a chamber again, ancient and still, the crystals back to their ordinary fracturing of light. Harry stepped out of the circle. His hands were shaking slightly, not from fear, from the sustained effort of receiving something large in a frame that was still, after all, 9 years old. Sharpclaw did not read from his scroll. He simply said, very quietly, "Passed." Then, after a pause that felt like respect, all individual trials complete. 17 for 17. It is time for the claiming. The claiming ritual room was different from everything else in Gringotts, different in the way that the Merlin Emery's chamber was different from the others, except where that chamber was geological this one was deliberate. Every surface had been worked. The walls were covered in overlapping layers of goblin inheritance markers going back centuries, each layer added when a new claiming was performed here, so that the whole room was a physical record of every time this particular magic had been used. In the center was a chair, not a throne, not an altar, just a chair, old wood worn smooth with use. The vault right was there, and 3 assistants, and Ragnarok, who had appeared silently at some point in the preparations and stood to one side with his hands clasped and his mercury eyes on Harry with an expression of focused attention. There were also 17 small flames in a ring around the chair, each one a slightly different color, and Harry understood without being told that each flame corresponded to one of his houses. Griphook was there too, standing near the back wall, and he had apparently made good on his promise because one of the Vaultrite's assistants came to Harry with a warding sequence, small gestures, chalk marks on his palms, a word in goblin tongue that he could feel settle against his skin like something physical. Ready? Ragnar said. Yes, Harry said. He sat in the chair. The claiming took 27 minutes. Later, when Griphook asked him what it felt like, Harry said, it felt like every door in a house you didn't know you lived in opening at once. Which was true, as far as it went, but didn't cover the other part, which was less like opening and more like recognition. Mutual recognition. The 17 houses finding him the way lost things find their way back when the conditions are finally right. It was painful. Ragnar had been honest about that. Each house seal was different, some were quick, a flash of heat and a feeling of something locking into place. Some were longer, a drawn-out burn that had him gripping the arms of the chair with both hands and breathing through his teeth. The Peveril one felt like the figure in the parchment room had looked at him again, closer, and this time the look had weight. The Merlin Emery's one went on the longest, and at some point Harry stopped being aware of the room around him and was only aware of the thing being sealed, the vast and ancient recognition in that below-level circle translated into the language of his blood. When it was done, he was aware first of the silence. Then of the 17 flames, which were now all the same color, a reddish gold, the color of the ink his name had been written in on the chart. Then of Ragnar, watching him with that expression, and the vault-right looking at the walls, and the assistants looking at him, and Griphook, at the back of the room, with his chin raised at an angle that Harry would later learn goblins used when they were trying not to show emotion in a professional context. Harry stood up from the chair. His legs worked. His hands had stopped shaking. He looked at his hands. Something was different about them, not visibly, not in any way another person could have pointed to. But he could feel, with a new and specific clarity, the magic in him. All of it. It wasn't that it had grown, exactly. It was that it had been given proper dimensions. Before this, if he tried to describe his magic, he'd have said it was like knowing you had a room behind a locked door. Now the door was open. He could feel the whole room. He could feel that the room was, in fact, an entire wing of a house he hadn't known the size of. Well, Ragnar said into the silence, and his voice was something Harry had not heard it be before, careful, not with strategy, but with the care of someone handling something delicate that they are unexpectedly glad to have in their hands. That's done, then. That's done, Harry agreed. You should sit again. I'm fine. You've just undergone a claiming ritual for 17 magical houses in sequence. You are 9 years old. You should sit. Harry considered arguing. He decided against it, because his body, now that he was paying attention to it, was communicating a fairly strong preference for sitting down. He sat back in the chair. Ragnar crossed the room and stood before him. He looked at Harry for a long moment with those mercury eyes, and then he said, as if the words were a specific weight he was placing down carefully, Lord Potter. Head of Houses Potter, Black, Peveril, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Merlin Emery's, Lefay, Pendragon, Flammel, Ollivander Cadet, Bones Cadet, Gaunt, Pruitt, Dumbledore Adjacent Cadet. 17 houses. One claimant. A pause. By blood and by trial and by the right of living magic, Gringotts recognizes your claim and will enforce it. The words were formal. The formality was real, not ornamental, but load-bearing. Harry could feel the weight of them settling into the new dimensions of his magic, each house name finding its corresponding seal and becoming, in a way he hadn't expected, quieter. More certain. Thank you, he said. Meaning it. Ragnar nodded. Then, doing the thing Harry had come to recognize as his particular form of warmth, a single extra beat of honesty where another person might have moved on, he said, the archive is available. Whenever you're ready. Harry stood up again, steadier this time. The 17 reddish gold flames had gone out when he stood, leaving faint impressions of warmth in the air. Now, he said. I'm ready now. The archive room was small and lined with locked cabinets, and Ragnar himself opened the one that held what Harry had been not thinking about since 11 o'clock that morning, since the words "your parents did not die in a car crash" had landed in the silence of that first room. The document was sealed in a goblin warding envelope that only unsealed for Harry's touch. He sat at the archive table and he opened it and he read. He read for a long time. No one spoke. No one left the room, but no one spoke. When he was done, he sat with his hands flat on the table in the same posture he'd used in the Potter trial, and he thought about what he'd read. He thought about a man named Voldemort who had not been a man, or not only. He thought about a prophecy that had been heard and half understood and acted on by two people simultaneously, each for their own reasons. He thought about a secret keeper who had betrayed his trust and gone unpunished, living freely, and about an innocent man locked away for a crime he hadn't committed. He thought about Dumbledore, who had known, who had placed a baby on a doorstep in November and called it love, who had watched the ley lines begin to fail and made no move to correct the situation that would have required acknowledging what he'd kept from Harry. He thought about all of this for a long time. He thought about it with the specific quality of attention he brought to things that mattered. Then he said, "I'm going to need a solicitor." Ragnarok, who had clearly been waiting for something in the silence to resolve, made that not quite laugh sound for the third time. "We anticipated that. We have 3 on retainer who are independent of the ministry." "Good." Harry folded the document back into its envelope and pressed his thumb to the warding seal. "And I'm going to need to understand my houses. Their histories, their resources, what they're owed, what they owe. That will take time." "I know." Harry stood up. "I have time. What I didn't have was the room to use it." He looked at Ragnarok. "Can I stay in the bank tonight? I need to read." Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "You are lord of 17 houses, one of which is technically older than this bank. You don't ask to stay, Lord Potter. You inform us of your requirements." Harry thought about this. Thought about 37 inches and the string. Thought about the right size. "Then I require a room," he said. "And access to the full archive. And," he paused, because the last thing surprised even him as it surfaced. More actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Chapter 3, the weight of 17 names. He asked for food. That was the last thing. Access to the full archive, a room, and food, because he had not eaten since the single piece of toast he'd managed at 6 in the morning before slipping out of the house, and his body had apparently decided that surviving 17 magical claiming trials was the last favor it was willing to do on an empty stomach. Ragnarok had arranged all 3 without expression, though Griphook, who had been assigned as Harry's permanent liaison for the duration of his stay and who was clearly going to need several days to process everything that had happened today, had looked at the food request with an expression suggesting he'd expected something more lordly and was privately charmed that it wasn't. The room was 3 floors below ground, which Harry found he preferred. It was small and stone-walled and had a bed that was sized correctly and a desk and a lamp that burned that greenish-white light which he had already gotten used to, and it smelled like the rest of Gringotts, old stone, old metal, the specific mineral cleanliness of deep places. He sat on the edge of the bed and ate the food, which was plain and hot and the most satisfying meal he could remember, and thought about the archive. The archive had 15 cabinets for his houses alone. That was the thing that had stopped him short for a moment when Ragnarok showed him the full scope of it, not the depth of history, not the strangeness of finding his name on documentation going back to the 9th century, but the sheer physical volume of it. 15 cabinets, each 4 feet tall, each containing scrolls and ledgers and sealed documents and at least 3 things per house that the goblins had categorized as active claims, meaning debts or obligations or promises that were not expired, that were still legally enforceable, that had been waiting in these cabinets for a claimant with the right blood. He had counted the active claims in a quick first pass. 47 of them. He finished eating and went back to the archive. He started with the ones he knew the least about, which was strategic rather than sentimental. Potter and Black he could come back to, they were recent enough that their documentation was relatively straightforward. Gaunt and Pruitt he wanted to understand in context before he read in detail. The founders' houses were so old that he needed a framework before the specifics would mean anything. He started with Bones. The Bones family, cadet line, currently represented by a woman named Amelia Bones who sat on the Wisengamot and whose brother Edgar had been killed by Voldemort's forces, turned out to have a remarkably clean record. They were legal practitioners, had been for 6 generations, and their outstanding claims were almost entirely procedural, cases opened, never closed, waiting for a claimant with standing to reinitiate them. Most of them were from the First War. Harry read for 2 hours on Bones alone. He made notes in the margins of the blank parchment grip Hook had left for him, using the same quill that had appeared during the Ravenclaw trial and which he had kept on the entirely reasonable grounds that it was his now. What emerged from the Bones documentation was a picture of a family that had been systematically dismantled by Voldemort's forces not through direct attack but through legal maneuvering, cases dropped, evidence lost, witnesses quietly convinced to change their testimony. Edgar Bones had been pursuing 3 separate ministry corruption cases at the time of his death. All 3 had been marked closed immediately after. The files, in full, were here. In the archive. Because the Goblins held everything in trust, and the Goblins, unlike the ministry, did not lose inconvenient documents. He moved to Pruitt. The Pruitt family documentation hit differently. The Pruitts were connected to the Weasleys. He found the marriage notation halfway through the first ledger. Molly Pruitt wed Arthur Weasley, 1970, and the last holders of the Pruitt name had been Fabian and Gideon, brothers, who had died fighting 3 Death Eaters simultaneously and been noted even in dry Goblin record-keeping with a phrase Harry had to read twice, fell with significant honor. The Pruitt vault was modest. The Pruitt claims were not. There were blood debt notations, meaning someone with Pruitt blood had been owed restitution that had never been collected. The debtor's name appeared repeatedly across 6 separate documents. Lucius Malfoy. Harry wrote the name on his notes parchment and drew a circle around it and kept reading. He slept for 5 hours, which was more than he usually managed in the cupboard, and was back at the archive table by 4 in the morning. The black documentation took 3 hours and was, in places, genuinely extraordinary. The Black family was old in a way that made even the Pruitts look recent. Their records went back to the 10th century, they had been involved in every significant magical political event in British history, and their family tree was a document so complex that Gringotts had needed a dedicated ledger just to track the disinheritances, which were numerous and spectacular. The Black family had apparently disinherited people the way other families accumulated furniture. What interested Harry was not the drama of it but the structure. The Black family held more active claims than any of his other houses. 11 of the 47 total belonged to the Blacks. Most of them were property claims, physical locations and their associated magical rights that had been confiscated, sold, or simply occupied without proper transfer of title. 12 Grimmauld Place, the Black family home, was currently sitting empty and warded because no living person had the authority to open it properly. The wards would recognize a Black heir, they had been set specifically to hold for a direct blood claimant. He also found, in a sealed sub-cabinet that required his thumb seal to open, a full accounting of the imprisonment of Sirius Black. He sat with that document for a long time. No trial. That was the thing that kept landing with fresh weight every time he circled back to it. Sirius Orain Black, named in the Potter will as Harry's godfather and intended guardian, had been sent to Azkaban without a trial. Without even the pretense of one. A ministry official had signed the transfer order and that had been sufficient, and the ministry official's name was Bartemius Crouch Sr., and the date was November 1981, and somewhere in the sequence of November 1981 there was also Albus Dumbledore placing a baby on a doorstep in the dark and leaving. Harry thought about his godfather in Azkaban for 11 months of silence. Thought about it long enough to feel it clearly, which he did because he believed in feeling things clearly rather than around the edges. Then he folded the document, added it to a specific pile he was building to one side of the table, and kept reading. The Slytherin documentation was, predictably, enormous. The Slytherin vault was one of the largest in the bank, not in gold, though there was significant gold, but in objects, texts, and what Gringotts categorized as legacy artifacts, which meant things with active magic that had been waiting for a worthy claimant. There was also, in the Slytherin records, a complete genealogical accounting of every person known to carry Slytherin blood, going forward from Salazar himself. Tom Marvolo Riddle's name appeared near the bottom. So did his mother's, Mara P. Gaunt, and his grandfather's, Marvolo Gaunt, a man the records described with the dry goblin equivalent of unfortunate, meaning someone who had been in possession of a great inheritance and had reduced it through poor judgment and worse temperament to almost nothing before dying. What the Slytherin records made clear was this: Voldemort had known he was the last male-line descendant of Slytherin and had considered that a claim to a lordship. He had been wrong. The lordship required a trial and a claiming ritual, neither of which he had ever performed. His belief in his own right by blood alone had been, in goblin legal terms, entirely unfounded. He had been, for all his self-styled significance, an unclaimed heir who had acquired certain abilities and a great deal of dangerous ambition and had confused those things with standing. Harry was now the confirmed lord of the House of Slytherin, by trial and blood and ritual seal. Voldemort had never been. He wrote Voldemort, no legal standing as Slytherin heir, never performed claiming on his notes parchment and kept going. The founders' houses were where the history became genuinely strange. Godric Gryffindor's records went back to 974 AD, which was pre-Hogwarts, and the early documentation was in a script Harry couldn't read until Griphook appeared at his elbow at 7 in the morning with tea, actual tea, without being asked, which meant either Griphook had decided they were something like colleagues or he was an unusually thoughtful professional, and translated the first 3 scrolls. What emerged from Gryffindor's documentation was a man who had been, in life, considerably more politically complicated than the legend suggested. Godric Gryffindor had been the primary architect of the Hogwarts founding compact, but the compact had been specifically designed to prevent any single founder from having authority over the school in perpetuity. It had been a deliberate system of checks, for houses, for voices, no single one capable of overriding the others without at least one ally. In practice, this had worked for about 200 years. Then the houses had gone extinct in sequence, and the compact's enforcement mechanism, the lords of the founding houses, who held veto power over Hogwarts' Board of Governors, had lapsed. The Board of Governors currently operated as if the founding compact didn't exist. Technically, legally, under Goblin-recognized magical law, it existed very much. Harry read the specific clauses of the founding compact for 40 minutes. Then he read them again. Then he sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. The founding compact gave the lords of the 4 founding houses, now all Harry, joint authority over Hogwarts curriculum, its hiring decisions, its governance structure, and its treatment of students. It superseded the Board of Governors in all matters pertaining to the school's founding principles, which were, in the compact's own language, the equal education of all magically capable children, the preservation of magical knowledge, and the protection of students from the abuse of authority. He was 9. He was going to Hogwarts. And he apparently had more legal authority over the school than its headmaster. He kept this fact very still inside him, the way you keep still a flame you're carrying through a wind. Griphook returned twice more with tea, and by the second time Harry had stopped being surprised by it and had started treating it as the collegial gesture it clearly was. The goblin had taken to sitting at the far end of the table during Harry's reading sessions, working on his own documentation with the focused quiet of someone who had decided that the company was acceptable, which for a goblin appeared to be significant. Griphook, Harry said, sometime in the mid-morning. He hadn't looked up from the Ravenclaw documentation. Lord Potter. You don't have to keep calling me that. A pause. What would you prefer? Harry thought about it. Harry is fine. Another pause, longer. Goblins use given names only for, he stopped. For what? For those we consider. The goblin chose the next word with the visible care of someone reaching for something precise in a language that wasn't quite built for the concept. Genuine. Harry looked up from the Ravenclaw documentation. He looked at Griphook for a moment, taking the full measure of what had just been offered. Then he nodded, once, with the seriousness the gesture deserved. Harry, then, Griphook said, and went back to his documentation. Harry went back to Ravenclaw. Rowena Ravenclaw's records were the most cross-referenced of the 4 founders, she had apparently been meticulous about documentation in a way the others hadn't been, and her house's records contained references to, and copies of, documentation from all three of the others. She had also, notably, left a sealed letter in the Gringotts archive marked for the next full claimant of all four houses, when they exist, which will happen eventually. The letter was dated 987 AD and the wax seal had been intact for over 1,000 years. Harry unsealed it. The wax came away cleanly, as if it had been waiting for exactly this. The letter was in Old English, which Harry couldn't read, and he spent 20 minutes tracking down Griphook's translation skills before finally having it rendered in comprehensible form. When he read it, he understood why it had been sealed for 1,000 years. Rowena Ravenclaw, in 987, had written, "To whoever you are and whenever you are reading this, I knew you would come. Not you specifically, I didn't have the gift of prophecy, I simply had logic and a long view. Someone would eventually carry all four of our lines simultaneously. The blood always finds its level. I want to tell you something the others wouldn't have written down. We built Hogwarts with a flaw in it. Not an accident, a deliberate flaw, specifically placed and specifically understood by all four of us. We disagreed about many things, Godric and Salazar especially, but we agreed about this: Hogwarts should never be self-sufficient. It should always need its lords. The moment it becomes entirely self-governing, entirely independent of the founding compact, it becomes a monument rather than a school. It becomes a place that teaches children what it wants them to know rather than what they need. We did not agree on what children needed. This disagreement is, I suspect, still being argued in the form of your sorting system, which I have come to consider both our greatest and our most regrettable invention. There are 3 things I hid in the school that I want you to find. Not because they are dangerous, they're not. Because they are instructions. I left them for you, for this moment, for the person carrying all 4 houses into whatever era you're standing in. Look in the places where the house of each founder placed its deepest trust. Good luck. I think you'll need less of it than you expect, which is the best kind of luck. Harry read it twice. He folded it carefully and added it to the important pile. The Lu Fei documentation was genuinely disturbing. Not the woman herself, Morgan Le Fay's records painted a picture of someone who had been, in life, considerably more nuanced than her legend, a powerful practitioner who had been systematically recast as a villain in historical accounts for the crime of disagreeing with Merlin on several points of magical governance, which, Harry noted, was exactly the kind of thing that happened to women who disagreed with famous men in ways that couldn't be dismissed. What was disturbing was what was in the active claims section. Morgan Le Fay had, before her death, opened a formal claim against what she called the practice of keeping knowledge by keeping people ignorant, which was legalistic language for something very specific, the deliberate withholding of magical education, history, and legal standing from certain populations of magical people. Specifically, Muggle-born witches and wizards, who were brought into the magical world without being told its history, its laws, its financial structures, or their own rights. The claim had been opened in 1013 AD and had never been resolved. It was still technically active, still technically enforceable, still technically waiting for a claimant with the standing to pursue it. Harry sat with this for a long time. He thought about a girl who had been a Muggle-born witch and who had been told, her entire life, that she was Muggle-born when she was actually a reactivated cadet line of one of the oldest magical families in Britain. He thought about how many other Muggle-borns might have similar histories, suppressed by a classification system that served the people who already had standing. He thought about the Lu Fei claim and what pursuing it might actually mean, legally, structurally, in terms of what it would require the wizarding world to change. He added it to the important pile. The important pile was now quite large. The Pendragon documentation was brief, which surprised him, and then made sense. The Pendragon magical line had been ancient even by the standards of the other houses, and most of its documentation predated Goblin record-keeping. What was there was largely genealogical, confirming the bloodline connection, and one outstanding claim that was so old and so vast that Harry had to read it 3 times to be sure he was understanding it correctly. The Pendragon house held, by right of founding charter, a seat on something called the Council of Magical Britain, which was the pre-ministry governing body that had technically never been dissolved. It had simply been superseded, in practice, by the ministry, without any formal legal process. The council's founding documents were explicit. It required 7 seats to be quorate, and the 7 seats could only be held by the lords of the oldest recognized magical houses. 3 of those houses were now Harry's. Which meant Harry held 3 of the 7 votes required to call the council back into session. He needed 4 more. He looked at the remaining Pendragon documentation for the names of the other 4 seats. 2 of them were houses he also held. A third was the Malfoy family, not Lucius Malfoy's version of the Malfoy family, but the original seat, which had been held before Lucius's grandfather had quietly stopped acknowledging the council's existence. The fourth was a house called Beaumont, which the documentation listed as dormant, claimant status unknown. Harry made a note. He put it on the important pile. The Flamel documentation contained a letter. The letter was from Nicholas Flamel personally, dated 1992, which was, Harry checked, 3 years from now, which was impossible, and then decided it was the kind of impossible that he was going to file under Magic Does What Magic Does and keep reading. The letter said, Harry, I assume you've gotten that far in the archive and found my contribution. We haven't met yet from your perspective, but we will, and I want you to have this before we do. The Philosopher's Stone is not what people think it is. It never was. By the time you read this, someone will be trying to steal it, and you should know, the theft will not be for the reasons stated. Look at who wants it and ask yourself what they actually need it for. The stone makes gold and grants life, yes. But it also does a third thing, which Dumbledore is the only person alive who knows about, and which he has no intention of sharing. I can't tell you the third thing in this letter because this letter could be found. I will tell you in person. The stone is safe. I moved it years ago. Whatever is being protected at Hogwarts is a copy. Nicholas Harry stared at the letter for a full minute. Then he put it on the important pile, which had now grown to encompass its own dedicated section of the table, and he sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. It was, by this point, early afternoon. He had been reading for approximately 9 hours. The world he had woken up in yesterday morning, the world of 37 inches and Toast and Dudley's enormous shirt, felt not distant exactly, but small. Correctly sized. The actual world had been here the whole time. He had simply not had access to it. Griphook, he said. Harry. I need to ask you something and I need an honest answer. The goblin set down his quill. Ask. The things in this archive, the active claims, the founding compact, the council documentation. Legally, do I have standing to act on these immediately? All of them. Griphook considered this with genuine seriousness, which Harry appreciated because he was asking a serious question. The claiming ritual sealed this morning. The seals are recognized under Article 14 of the Accord. Your standing is legal and binding. The short answer is yes. A pause. The complicated answer is that some of these actions will require a period of notice. The Wizengamot has a 5-day challenge window for any claim filed through official channels. The Council of Britain convening can be challenged through the Ministry, but the Ministry would need to demonstrate that the founding charter was legally dissolved, which it wasn't. What about Sirius Black? Griphook met his eyes steadily. A petition for review of detention without trial is actionable immediately, by the head of any house with standing before the Wizengamot. You have 17. How long does the review take? If filed under emergency provisions, citing ongoing harm, 30 days maximum. In practice, for a case this straightforward, 2 weeks. What makes a case straightforward? The absence of a trial transcript makes it straightforward, Griphook said. You cannot appeal a verdict that doesn't exist. What you can do is point out that a man was imprisoned without one, which no one has done before because no one with sufficient standing had sufficient motivation. He paused. The motivation being that the man is your godfather. Harry nodded. He added serious, emergency petition, file immediately to his notes. One more thing, he said. Yes. Dumbledore. He had been thinking about how to say this. He knew about the ley lines. He knew about the claiming situation. He's been aware, you said, for 18 months. He looked at Griphook. What else does he know that he hasn't acted on? Griphook's expression became very carefully neutral. That is a question I can answer only partially, because the goblins have finite information. What I can tell you is this: Dumbledore has been to this bank 11 times in the past 8 years. On 9 of those visits he attempted to access documentation pertaining to the Potter estate, the Black estate, and the broader inheritance situation. On 9 of those visits he was refused, because he has no standing in those matters. But he kept trying. He kept trying. Griphook paused. He also, on his most recent visit 6 weeks ago, asked Ragnarok directly whether there was a way to postpone the claiming deadline. He was told no. He did not seem surprised. He seemed, if I read the account correctly, another pause, resigned. Harry thought about this. He wanted me to stay ignorant longer. That is the implication, yes. Why? Griphook looked at him. You have access to the same documentation we do, Harry. You tell me. Harry sat quietly for a moment. He thought about the archive document about his parents and the prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. He thought about a man who had spent 8 years maintaining a chessboard and keeping all the pieces exactly where he wanted them. He needed me weak, Harry said. Not permanently, he needed me dependent. On him. On his guidance, his timing, his plan. He spoke without heat, with the cool specificity of someone identifying a structural feature rather than expressing an emotion. If I grow up in the cupboard and he rescues me and takes me to Hogwarts and teaches me about my parents, then I'm grateful, I'm guided, I'm following his schedule. I fight Voldemort when Dumbledore decides it's time, in the way Dumbledore decides is right. A pause. Except the ley lines started failing and the goblins called the summons, and now none of that plan is operational. Griphook said nothing for a moment. Then, you're 9. You all keep saying that, Harry said. And I know. I know I'm 9 and I know there are limits to what I understand, and I know that by the time I'm dealing with any of this properly I'll be older. But I'm 9 today, and today I need to understand the shape of it so that I know what I'm navigating. The shape of it, Griphook repeated. Dumbledore has a plan that depends on me being a specific kind of person. Voldemort, or what's left of him, is operating on an assumption about who I am that's also no longer accurate. The Ministry has been making decisions on an incorrect legal picture for 8 years. The wizarding world thinks I'm a child in Surrey. Harry looked at his notes parchment, covered now in his small, dense handwriting. I'm not any of those things anymore. Today changed that. A pause. Which means I need to move before any of them realize it's changed, because once they know, they're going to try to re-establish control. All of them. In different ways, for different reasons. He said this without drama. It was just the truth of the situation, stated plainly. Griphook looked at him for a long time. Then he said, in the careful voice of someone placing something valuable in specific hands, Ragnarok wants to meet with you again this evening. There are 3 things he wants to discuss that are not in the archive. Not because they were hidden from you, because they couldn't be written down. Why? Because some information, in written form, is a liability. Even here. A pause. He'll explain. Harry nodded. He looked at the important pile. He looked at his notes. He thought about the Founding Compact, and the Council of Britain, and the Le Fay claim, and the Flamel letter dated 3 years from now, and Sirius Black in Azkaban without a trial, and a headmaster who had known about all of it and chosen his timing carefully. He thought about what it meant to move first. Griphook, he said. I need to draft some letters. He wrote for 2 hours. The letters were precise and brief, which he had learned from the Araminta Vosh book and confirmed in the Bones documentation was the correct tone for legal correspondence in the wizarding world, not cold, but specific, each word carrying exactly its own weight and no additional. The first letter was to Amelia Bones, formally notifying her of the Bones house claiming and requesting a meeting at her earliest convenience in her capacity as Wisengamot member. He did not explain his age. He signed it H.J. Potter, Lord of the noble and ancient House of Bones, Cadet, and 16 additional houses. The second letter was to the Wisengamot clerk, filing an emergency petition for review of detention without trial for Sirius Orion Black, citing, no trial transcript on record, designation as godfather and intended guardian in the Potter will, and standing as petitioner in his capacity as Lord of the House of Black. He attached the relevant archive documentation. The third letter was to the Hogwarts Board of Governors, formally notifying them of the reinstatement of the founding compact and his intention to exercise the authority it provided. This letter he read back 3 times before sending, not because he was uncertain about the content but because he wanted the tone exact, firm without being aggressive, legal without being cold, the tone of someone informing rather than demanding, because he had read enough of the Bones legal documentation to know that demanding invited resistance while informing invited compliance. The fourth letter was harder to write. He sat with a blank piece of parchment for 10 minutes before starting it. It was to Albus Dumbledore. It said, "Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, I am writing to inform you that the matter of the unclaimed houses and the ley line situation has been resolved. I completed the claiming ritual this morning at Gringotts. All 17 houses are sealed. I am also writing to inform you that I have reviewed the archive documentation pertaining to my family, my houses, and the events of November 1981. I understand the situation fully. I don't believe you are a bad man. I think you are a man who made a calculated decision about someone who had no vote in the calculation, and who has continued to make those decisions for 8 years, and who has been, each time, convinced that you were right. I am no longer in the cupboard. I thought you should know that before we meet. Regards, H.J. Potter." He read it once. He sent it. Ragnarok's evening meeting was not in his office. It was in a different room, smaller, with no desk, just chairs and a low table and a decanter of something amber that Ragnarok poured into 2 cups without asking and which Harry, upon tasting, identified as very old something that was definitely not pumpkin juice but which was warm in a way that felt medicinal rather than reckless. "There are 3 things," Ragnarok said, without preamble. "The first, what Voldemort did in 1981 is not entirely finished. What survived is less than a person and more than an idea. We have had independent confirmation from cursebreakers who examined the site at Godric's Hollow that there was a persistent enchantment laid, a dark one, a piece of intent that survived the dispersal. We don't know where it settled." Harry thought about the flannel letter. "Look at who wants it and ask yourself what they actually need it for." He thought about the scar. "I think I know where it settled," he said. Ragnarok looked at him. "We think so too. Which is why the second thing is important. The goblin cursebreakers would like, with your permission, to examine you. Not invasively. But if there is a piece of intent embedded in your scar, it needs to be understood before anyone, including you, acts on the assumptions it might create." "Assumptions," Harry said. "Like the prophecy." "The prophecy was heard by 1 person and acted on by 2. Both actions led to the same result, which was Riddle's dispersal. Whether that was prophecy or simply the logical outcome of 2 powerful people making decisions based on incomplete information is a theological question that goblins don't engage in." Ragnarok looked at him steadily. "What is not a theological question is whether a piece of Riddle's intent, embedded in your scar, might have effects on your decision-making. Your emotions. Your direction." Harry sat with this. It was uncomfortable. Not frightening. He had passed the Peveril trial and the figure in that parchment-colored room had inclined its head, and he held on to that, but uncomfortable in the way that any accurate information about yourself was uncomfortable when the information was something may have been influencing you without your knowledge. He thought about every moment of anger he'd had in the cupboard, every moment of outsized fear or outsized reaction, and wondered. "Yes," he said. The curse breakers can examine me. Good. The examination can happen tomorrow morning. A pause. The third thing is more complicated. More complicated than a piece of Voldemort in my head? Contextually, yes. Ragnarok poured more amber liquid into his own cup, not Harry's. It was, Harry thought, the most human gesture he'd seen the goblin make. The ministry is already aware that something happened today. We did not tell them, we told no one. But the ley line situation, which has been steadily deteriorating for 3 years, stabilized this afternoon approximately 40 minutes after the claiming ritual completed. The magical infrastructure of Britain experienced a visible, measurable shift. Anyone paying attention to those instruments felt it. And Dumbledore is paying attention to those instruments. Dumbledore has an entire room of them at Hogwarts. We know this because he has filed requests with the Ministry to correlate his readings with our ley line data 3 times in the past 18 months. Ragnarok's tone made clear what he thought of those requests. He knows something happened. He does not yet know what. But he will have received your letter. Good, Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him. You're not concerned about how he'll respond. I'm interested in how he'll respond, Harry said. There's a difference. He thought for a moment. He has 2 options. He can come here, which is Article 14 protected territory, meaning he has no authority and has to treat me as a legal equal. Or he can wait and try to establish control of the narrative before I emerge from the bank. He paused. Which one do you think he'll choose? He'll wait, Ragnarok said. Dumbledore is patient. It's his primary strategic asset and his primary strategic flaw. Because patience requires a stable board. Yes. And the board has changed significantly in the last 12 hours. Harry leaned back in his chair. The amber drink was warm in his hands and the stone room was quiet, and somewhere below them the vaults were stable, the ley lines running smooth and certain through the rock. He thought about what he had been this morning. A boy with £2.43 and a piece of string and a library book about inheritance law, and he thought about what he was now. Not different. The same. Just visible. Ragnarok, he said. What would the goblins do if the Council of Britain was convened? Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. Then, the Council has goblin representation under the founding charter. Goblin legal standing in wizarding governance, which has been ignored since the Third Goblin War. If the council were convened and the founding charter enforced. Another pause. Goblins would have votes. Would that be good? Harry asked. For goblins. It would be transformative, Ragnarok said. He said it flatly, without theater, and the flatness was more informative than any amount of theater would have been. Harry nodded slowly. Then we have aligned interests. Ragnarok looked at him for a long moment with those mercury eyes. Then he set down his cup and leaned forward slightly, the posture of someone making a decision they have been considering for a while. The goblins have been waiting for aligned interests with a wizard for 300 years, he said. The last one who offered it genuinely, not strategically, not temporarily, but genuinely, was a woman named Helga Hufflepuff, who told Godric Gryffindor to his face that if he didn't include goblin representation in the founding compact she would not sign it. A pause. He included it. He and Salazar then spent 20 years trying to quietly edit it out. She kept putting it back. Something happened at the corners of Ragnarok's mouth that was the closest he came to a smile. The Hufflepuff line and the Goblin Nation have had a particular relationship ever since. Harry thought about the Hufflepuff trial. The 5 illusions. The injured one, the lost one, the cold one, the burdened one, the one standing in the middle looking at nothing. I'm glad I passed that one the way I did, he said. So are we, Ragnarok said. He stood, which was the signal the meeting was ending. Harry stood too. They looked at each other across the low table. The curse breakers tomorrow morning, Harry said. And then I want to go to 12 Grimmauld Place. The wards will recognize me now. Yes. And then, he paused. I want to do something public. One thing, carefully chosen. Something that tells the wizarding world I exist and sets the terms for everything that follows. Ragnarok looked at him. What thing? Harry thought about the 47 active claims. He thought about Sirius Black in Azkaban. He thought about the Founding Compact and the Council and the Lufay claim and the Flamel letter and the Wisengamot and Lucius Malfoy's names circled on a parchment. He thought about the important pile on the archive table, which contained the architecture of a world that had been mismanaged for a long time and was about to be held to account. He thought about what moved first. I'm going to collect a debt, he said. Publicly, legally, and from someone specific. Ragnarok waited. The Pruitt blood debt, Harry said. It's the cleanest. The documentation is unambiguous, the debtor is well known, and the resolution will tell everyone who needs to know exactly what kind of lord I intend to be. Ragnarok said nothing for a moment. Then he said, with a tone that was as close as Harry had yet heard him get to something warm, Lucius Malfoy will not take that quietly. I know, Harry said. That's the point. He set down his cup. He looked once more at the room, at the old stone and the amber decanter and the goblin who had spent 300 years waiting for aligned interests. Good night, Ragnarok, he said. Good night, Lord Potter, Ragnarok said. Then, a beat later, in the same tone he'd used when he'd first really looked at Harry across the desk yesterday morning, the goblins will hold the line. Harry walked to the door. He stopped with his hand on the frame. I know, he said. So will I. He went to his room 3 floors below the ground and he slept without dreaming, deeply and completely, in a bed that was exactly the right size. Chapter 4. The first move. The curse breakers arrived at 7 in the morning, 3 of them, wearing the deep red robes of Gringotts Specialist Division and carrying equipment Harry had no names for, small instruments that resembled compasses but pointed at things other than north, a set of crystalline rods that hummed at different pitches when brought near different materials, and a flat obsidian disc the size of a dinner plate that the lead cursebreaker, a goblin named Fierce Hand, set on the floor and stood Harry in the center of without preamble. Stand still, Fierce Hand said. Don't try to help. Don't try to direct your magic anywhere. Just stand. What are you looking for exactly? Harry asked. We'll know it when we find it. He moved around the disc with one of the humming rods. The scar is the obvious entry point, but dark embedded intent doesn't always stay where it lands. It migrates toward magical density. In a child with your level of power. He paused, moved the rod close to Harry's forehead. It went from a low hum to something higher and thinner, almost a whine. Yes. There. What does it look like? Like a knot, Fierce Hand said, studying the rod's readout with focused attention. A piece of intent tied into the magical structure around your scar. It's not active, it's dormant. Waiting. Waiting for what? For its source to reconstitute. He lowered the rod. The piece in you is tethered. It can't move on, and it's keeping the source from fully dispersing. If Riddle ever reconstitutes himself, this piece will reconnect. Can you remove it? Harry asked. Fierce Hand looked at him with the level assessment of a professional confronting a complicated problem. Not safely. Not now. The knot is tied into your core magic at the foundational level. It went in when you were 1, before your magical core was fully formed. Removing it without destroying the surrounding structure would require. He glanced at the other 2 cursebreakers. They had a brief exchange in rapid goblin tongue. Years of preparation. A specific technique that we would need to develop. It has not been done before. But it's possible. Most things are possible given sufficient time and competence. He picked up the obsidian disc. What you should know is this, the connection goes both ways. When he is closer to reconstituting, you may experience his emotions. His intent. It will feel like your own. It may not be. Harry thought about this carefully. How do I know the difference? The knot produces a specific sensation when it's active. Like heat behind the scar. Fierce Hand met his eyes. If you feel that, and you feel a strong emotion immediately after, question the emotion before you act on it. Right, Harry said. He reached up and touched the scar briefly. It was just a scar right now, an old lightning bolt, sitting quietly. Thank you. Fierce Hand looked at him for a moment with an expression that was professional but held something additional in it, the look of someone who had expected to encounter a liability and found something more complicated. You're handling this calmly. Would handling it less calmly change anything? No. Then. Harry dropped his hand. Can I go to Grimmauld Place now? Griphook came with him. This had not been arranged. Griphook had simply appeared at the bank's side entrance when Harry arrived there at 8:30, wearing a heavier coat than yesterday and carrying a small bag with the manner of someone who had made a decision and wasn't interested in discussing it. You don't have to, Harry started. I know, Griphook said. He pushed the door open. The morning was grey and damp and smelled of London. I want to. They took the Goblin transport, which was not a bus and not a cart but a carriage that existed in a space slightly adjacent to the regular street, moving through London at a speed that didn't match the surrounding traffic because it wasn't sharing the surrounding traffic's relationship with distance. Harry watched the city pass outside the window and thought about what he was walking into. 12 Grimmauld Place. The Black family home, sitting empty for 8 years with wards intact, a house that belonged to him now by blood and by trial and by the seal of 17 claiming rituals. He wasn't sure what he expected to find there. He was sure he needed to see it. Griphook, reading the direction of his silence accurately, said, the house has been maintained by the wards themselves. Not cleaned, not occupied, maintained. The structure is sound. The contents are exactly as they were left in November 1981. Who was in it then? Sirius Black had been living there alone since 1979 when his parents died. He used it as a base during the war. A pause. He was arrested there, actually. The ministry came to the house to inform him of the Potters' deaths and arrested him in the front hallway. Harry absorbed this. He hadn't done anything yet. At that point he had not yet had the confrontation with Pettigrew. He was arrested on suspicion based on his role as secret keeper, which he wasn't. Griphook's voice was careful and factual and somehow more devastating for it. By the time the actual confrontation happened, in the street a mile away, Black was already in ministry custody. So the 12 dead Muggles and the missing finger and Pettigrew's apparent death, none of that evidence was ever presented at trial because there was no trial. It was simply added to the file. Where is Pettigrew now? Unknown. The Goblins believe he is alive. A pause. We believe he is living in an animal form with a wizarding family, which is a thing animagi can do indefinitely. There is one family in the documentation as having an unregistered pet rat that has lived with them since 1981 and shows no signs of aging. Which family? Griphook looked at him. The Weasleys. Harry looked out the window at grey London and thought about Molly Pruitt, who had married Arthur Weasley in 1970 and whose brothers had fallen with significant honor. He thought about an unregistered animagus rat sitting in a family's home for 11 years and what that meant for the safety of everyone in that house. That needs to be handled, he said. Carefully, because the family didn't know. Agreed, Griphook said. After Grimmauld Place. The carriage stopped on a street Harry could see was incomplete. Between numbers 11 and 13 there was a gap that wasn't quite a gap, a kind of visual pressure, like looking at the edge of something too large to take in directly. The houses on either side leaned slightly toward each other, an architectural suggestion that nothing stood between them, which was a lie. Harry stood on the pavement and looked at the gap and felt the Black House ward recognize him. It wasn't dramatic. It was more like a key in a lock, a small, precise engagement, something that had been set for exactly this and had waited exactly this long without complaint. The gap resolved. Between 11 and 13, a house appeared, tall and narrow and black-bricked, with iron railings and a front door painted the deep green that the blacks had apparently favored, and a brass door knocker in the shape of a serpent. Harry walked up the front steps. He put his hand on the door and it opened. The smell of the house was the first thing: old wood, old stone, the particular dusty richness of a house that had been sealed for years, underlaid with something that was almost a magical smell, the concentrated residue of generations of powerful people living in the same rooms. It was dark inside, the curtains drawn, but the darkness was not oppressive. It was the darkness of a house waiting. Harry walked in. The entrance hall was long and narrow, a faded runner on the floor, portraits on the walls whose occupants were sleeping, all of them, every face turned away or eyes shut, a defensive slumber that had apparently lasted 8 years and showed no sign of ending soon. There was a tarnished mirror at the end of the hall that reflected Harry and Griphook and the open door behind them with perfect clarity. There was a row of hooks near the door with one coat still on it, dark wool, sized for an adult man, hanging there as if its owner had stepped out and would be back shortly. Harry stood in the entrance hall of 12 Grimmauld Place and looked at the coat. He thought about a man who had been 21 when he'd last worn it. Who was, right now, 31, in Azkaban, without having had a trial. Who had been here, in this hall, when the ministry came to arrest him on the wrong charge. The emergency petition, Harry said. It's filed. Filed at 8 this morning, by Goblin courier. The Wisengamot clerk will have it by now. Griphook paused. The 5-day challenge window begins today. Good. He walked deeper into the house. The kitchen was at the back, large and stone-floored, with a long table that could seat 12 and a hearth big enough to stand in. The kitchen was more lived in than the hallway. There were actual signs of a person having been here, a mug on the counter, a book left open on the table, spine up, the way you leave a book when you're going to come back to it. The book was about Muggle motorcycles, which made Harry stop for a moment with something that wasn't quite sadness but was in the same neighborhood. He left the kitchen and went upstairs. He looked at 3 rooms, a study, a bedroom that had been Sirius's based on the evidence of its decor, which was aggressively non-black family in a way that seemed deliberate, Muggle motorcycle posters side by side with Gryffindor banners and a photograph pinned to the mirror that Harry went very still looking at for a moment. The photograph showed 4 young men, laughing, in school robes. He didn't need anyone to tell him which ones were his parents. His mother's eyes were immediately recognizable in a way that felt strange because he'd never seen them before. His father was laughing at something off camera, and he looked so young, so genuinely, carelessly young, in a way that Harry found harder to look at than anything else he'd encountered today. He looked at the photograph for exactly as long as he needed to. Then he looked at the 4th person, who was a thin, worried-looking boy he didn't recognize, and the 3rd person, who was Sirius Black at perhaps 17, sitting on the edge of something with that coiled easy confidence people had when they didn't yet know how things were going to go. He unpinned the photograph from the mirror. He put it in his pocket. He didn't say anything about it. He spent an hour in the house. He walked every room without touching much, just learning the layout, the character, the weight of the place. He found the library on the 3rd floor, which was extensive and would require time he didn't have today. He found a room at the top of the house that had been sealed with a secondary ward, a personal one, and which opened to his blood without trouble. It was a small room, a planning room, with a map of Britain on one wall covered in pins and notations in a handwriting that was not Sirius's, older, more precise. He looked at the map for a while without touching it. He thought about who had used this room before Sirius. He went back downstairs and into the kitchen and sat down at the long table and looked at the open motorcycle book and said, Griphook. I'm going to keep this house. Not as storage, not as an archive. Sirius will need somewhere to come when he gets out. When, Griphook said, not if, and the precision of the distinction meant something. When, Harry agreed. It needs to be cleaned, properly, not just aired. The wards need updating, they're 8 years stale on the guest recognition protocols. And there's a map room on the top floor that I want, he paused. I want to understand before I decide what to do with it. I can arrange a cleaning crew. Goblins, not wizards, discretion guaranteed. Griphook made a note. The ward update can be done simultaneously. Good. Harry looked at the table. At the open book. Leave the kitchen as it is for now. Griphook looked at the motorcycle book. Looked at Harry. Made no comment, which was its own form of kindness. They were back at Gringotts by noon. The solicitor was waiting. Her name was Clearwater, not Goblin. She was a witch, but her connection to the Goblin legal network went back 3 decades, and Ragnarok had described her as trustworthy in the way that matters, which is that her interests are aligned with accuracy rather than with winning. She was a small woman in her 50s with sharp eyes and ink-stained fingers and the manner of someone who thought faster than she let on. Her name was Penelope Clearwater. Harry noted this coincidence. He'd found a Clearwater in the Bones documentation, a tangential connection, and filed it. She looked at his notes parchment when he handed it to her. She read through it without comment, though her pace changed on certain pages, slowing with the focused attention of someone encountering something significant. When she finished, she set it down and looked at Harry over the top of it. "You're 9, she said. "I know. You drafted this yourself." "Yes." She looked at the notes for another moment. "The Pruitt blood debt call. You want to do this publicly? In the Wisengamot?" "Yes. That requires formal notice of session. 3 days minimum." She paused. "Unless the debt is called as an emergency session trigger, which is available to any house with standing, if the petitioner can demonstrate active harm accruing from the unresolved debt." He had read that in the Bones documentation. The Pruitt family's resources were depleted partly as a result of Lucius Malfoy's actions during the war. He has continued to benefit from those actions financially for 11 years. The harm is ongoing. Clearwater looked at him with an expression that was recalibrating in real time. "That argument is solid. Non-trivial to counter." She picked up a quill. "If I file this afternoon, the emergency session can be called for the day after tomorrow." "File it this afternoon," Harry said. She made notes. "The founding compact notification to the Board of Governors, have you had a response?" "Not yet. The letter was sent yesterday evening. They'll respond within 24 hours. They have to, under the charter, or the compact provisions activate automatically." She looked at the relevant section of his notes. "When they respond, they'll try to challenge the validity of the compact. The challenge will fail. The charter was never legally dissolved, but they'll try anyway because Lucius Malfoy sits on the Board of Governors and this directly reduces his authority." "I know," Harry said. "Let them try." She looked at him again with that recalibrating expression. Then she said, with the professional satisfaction of someone who has spent decades doing interesting work and recognizes when more is coming, "Right then. Let's talk about the Council of Britain." They talked for 2 hours. By the time she left, Clearwater had 6 filings to make before the end of the day, and the expression of someone who had been professionally dormant for a while and had just been handed a very large amount of interesting work. The response from the Hogwarts Board of Governors arrived at 3 in the afternoon by express owl, a large, official bird that landed on Griphook's desk and stuck out its leg with the attitude of something that knew it was carrying important correspondence and had feelings about the weight of it. Harry read the letter. He read it again. Then he passed it to Griphook. The letter said, in summary, that the Board of Governors recognized no validity in the founding compact, that the compact had been rendered obsolete by the Charter of Magical Education passed in 1754, and that any claim of authority under the compact would be challenged through the ministry. It was signed by 7 board members and Lucius Malfoy's name was at the top. "The Charter of 1754, Harry said. "I know," Griphook said. He already had a ledger open. "The Charter amended the governance structure of Hogwarts in terms of day-to-day administration. It did not, because it legally could not, override the founding compact, which is a blood magic document. Blood magic documents cannot be superseded by legislative action. The Charter's drafters knew this. They worded it carefully to expand governance without technically dissolving the compact. He found the page he was looking for. The board is going to discover that their solicitor gave them incorrect advice, or advice that was technically correct but strategically disastrous. Who is their solicitor? Griphook looked at the letter. Hyacinth Parkinson. A relation of Pansy Parkinson's mother. And a close associate of Lucius Malfoy for 15 years. He set down the ledger. The advice isn't incorrect by accident. Harry thought about this. The board solicitor had told them to challenge the compact rather than engage with it, knowing, or she should have known, that the challenge would fail. Which meant either she was incompetent, which the file on her in the Bones documentation suggested she was not, or she was managing the situation toward a specific outcome. She wants the challenge to fail, Harry said slowly. Because when it fails publicly, the compact's validity is confirmed publicly, which means it's harder to challenge later. Yes, Griphook said. Which means Lucius Malfoy, who presumably instructed this strategy, wants the compact confirmed. Harry sat with this for a moment. Why? Because, Griphook said, and his voice was careful, if you control the compact's enforcement, you control the school. Malfoy may be calculating that he can find a way to share that control, or co-opt it, or that the confirmation of the compact gives him cover to push for changes through you rather than through the board, where his influence has been diminishing. He wants to work with me. He wants to use you. There is a difference. A pause. He doesn't know you yet. He knows the title but not the person. He's made assumptions about what the person will be like. Harry thought about Lucius Malfoy, not as an enemy, not yet, but as a problem that had its own internal logic. A man who had built his entire life on the hierarchy of blood and standing, whose position in wizarding society depended on the idea that bloodline was the most important thing about a person. Whose son would be at Hogwarts the same year Harry arrived. Who held 3 significant political positions and had accumulated them through a combination of genuine political skill and strategic generosity with money during a period when a lot of people needed money quickly and didn't ask where it came from. Who owed the Pruitt family a blood debt, documented in 6 separate archive files, dating to the First War. He'll be at the Wisengamot session, Harry said. He is a Wisengamot member, Griphook confirmed. Senior member. Good, Harry said. I want him there. The Wisengamot session was in 2 days, which gave Harry 1 full day that he used with the focused completeness of someone who had a great deal of ground to cover and no patience for wasted motion. He spent the morning in the archive reading the remaining house documentation, Ollivander Cadet, which turned out to be a wand-making family's secondary line with 3 outstanding intellectual property claims against wand-makers who had stolen specific wood-anchor combinations that were Ollivander innovations, Gaunt, which was brief and largely depressing, and the Dumbledore-adjacent cadet line, which was so tangential that Harry suspected the only reason it connected to him at all was the remarkable density of his bloodline's convergence, and which he noted and set aside as the least immediately pressing of his 17. He spent the afternoon going through the 3 things Rowena Ravenclaw had mentioned in her letter, the hidden instructions she'd left in Hogwarts in the places where each founder placed its deepest trust. He couldn't go to Hogwarts to find them yet, but he could do the preliminary work of understanding what deepest trust meant in the context of each founder, based on what the archive told him about each one. For Hufflepuff, the kitchens. Every account of Helga Hufflepuff that existed mentioned her relationship with the house elves and the kitchen garden. The deepest trust of someone who fed people was the place where the feeding happened. For Gryffindor, the sword. Not a location, an object. The sword's current location according to the archive was Dumbledore's office. He noted this with a flat calm. For Slytherin, the chamber. He was a Parselmouth. That was not going to be a problem. For Ravenclaw herself, he wasn't sure. The archive described her diadem, her lost diadem, which she had famously quarreled with her daughter over and which had disappeared. He had a theory forming about the diadem, based on the Flamel letter and what it implied about hidden objects, but it was a theory and he kept it appropriately provisional. He also, in the afternoon, wrote 2 more letters. The first was to Arthur Weasley at the Ministry of Magic. It was carefully constructed, not accusing, not explaining, just noting that Harry Potter, Lord of the Noble and Ancient Houses, had information relevant to the Weasley family's safety and would welcome a meeting at the Weasley family's convenience. He signed it fully and let the titles do their work. The second was to a woman named Augusta Longbottom, whose grandson Neville Harry had found referenced in the Bones documentation in connection with the events of the night Voldemort had fallen. There had been another child, another possible candidate for the prophecy, and Augusta Longbottom had spent 11 years raising that child while visiting her son and daughter-in-law in St. Mungo's every Sunday without exception. The letter to Augusta was different from the others. It was shorter. It said, "I know what your family lost, and I know what they still have. I would like to meet Neville, when you think he's ready." He sealed it and sent it and sat for a moment thinking about what it meant to reach toward people rather than wait for them to reach toward you. The morning of the Wizengamot session, Harry dressed carefully. Not in Dudley's clothes. The goblins had, with a discretion that suggested this had been anticipated, arranged for proper clothing, not ostentatious, nothing that performed wealth, but well-made, correctly sized, in dark colors that didn't announce themselves. He put on the set that Griphook had left outside his room the previous evening and spent a moment in front of the small mirror looking at himself. He looked different. Not because of the clothes, or not only, there was something in how he stood now, some adjustment in the distribution of his weight, that hadn't been there 2 days ago. He looked like someone who had been given room. He touched the scar. Thought about the Cursebreaker's report. The knot, dormant, waiting. He left it alone. Griphook appeared at his door. He was also dressed formally, in the deep grey robes of goblin professional attendants, and he held a small leather folio with the morning's filings inside it. "Ready?" he said. "Yes," Harry said. They walked out of Gringotts and into a bright August morning, and London was doing what London does on bright mornings, being aggressively alive, full of noise and motion and the smell of hot food from somewhere. Harry walked through it with his hands in his pockets and his mind already in the Wizengamot chamber. Clearwater met them at the ministry entrance with the expression of someone who had slept 4 hours and found it adequate. She had the filings. She had counter-arguments prepared for every challenge she'd anticipated. She had, tucked inside the leather folio beside Griphook's, a single additional document that she handed to Harry without comment. It was a response to his letter to Dumbledore. He read it while they walked through the ministry atrium. It was written in precise, elegant handwriting on cream-colored parchment, and it said, "Dear Harry, I received your letter with more emotions than I have space to enumerate here. You are, evidently, your mother's son in ways I had not fully anticipated. I would very much like to meet with you. I believe there are things I need to explain, and things I should have explained long ago, and I am self-aware enough to recognize that the time for managing this situation on my terms has passed. I will be at the Wizengamot session today. It seems you will be as well. Perhaps afterward. With sincere regard, Albus Dumbledore." Harry folded the letter. Put it in his pocket. Next to the photograph from Sirius's mirror. "He'll try to talk to you before the session," Clearwater said, without looking up from her own folio. "I know," Harry said. "Let him." The Wizengamot chamber was a large circular room with tiered seating and old stone that had absorbed generations of significant decisions, which gave it the particular atmosphere of places where things had been argued about seriously for a long time. The floor was open in the center, and around the tiers the purple-robed members were taking their seats with the self-conscious solemnity of people who understood they were being watched even when no one was watching. Harry walked in and every head turned. He had anticipated this. It was the inevitable consequence of his name. Everyone in this room had a relationship with the name Harry Potter, whether they'd ever met him or not, and every one of those relationships had just been fundamentally disrupted by the events of the last 2 days. He walked to the floor in the center of the chamber and stood there and let them look, because there was no advantage in hurrying past the looking. He was 4 foot something in well-made dark clothes, and he had his mother's eyes and his father's hair and the face of a child and the bearing of someone who had passed 17 inheritance trials in a day and read the documentation of his own family's history in a single all-night session and already had 3 legal filings active in the system and his godfather's emergency petition filed and 6 more things in motion, and he stood in the center of the Wisengamot chamber with his hands relaxed at his sides and waited. Lucius Malfoy was in the second tier, dressed in immaculate robes, silver blonde hair severe and perfect, watching Harry with the focused attention of someone who had been preparing for this moment for 24 hours and was still, Harry could tell from across the chamber, not entirely prepared. Amelia Bones was in the first tier, a formidable woman with a monocle and the jaw of someone who had made a career of not being easily impressed, and she was watching Harry with an expression that was doing a careful professional recalibration similar to Clearwater's the day before. Dumbledore was at the top of the tiers, in the Chief Warlock's chair, which Harry had known he would be, wearing his robes with the half-moon spectacles and the great white beard and the eyes that were the famous thing about him, the particular eyes that seemed kind and warm and present and which Harry, looking at them across the chamber for the first time, found he could not dislike. They were genuinely kind eyes. The man behind them had done something unforgivable and had genuinely kind eyes, and those two things were both true and not contradictory. Dumbledore looked at Harry and something moved across his face, something that was not performance and not strategy, something quick and old, the expression of a man who has been prepared for many things and found, in this moment, that none of the preparation had adequately covered the reality of the 9-year-old boy standing in the center of the chamber. He stood. This emergency session of the Wisengamot is called to order. The petition before us, Chief Warlock. Harry's voice carried in the stone room without strain, conversational and clear. With respect, before the session opens formally, I'd like to establish my standing for the record. A pause. Murmuring in the tiers. Dumbledore sat back down. He looked at Harry. Whatever he was feeling, it was controlled now, his face returning to the warm professional expression. The chair recognizes Lord Potter. Harry looked around the chamber, one slow, easy look, taking in the faces, the positions, the quality of attention each person was paying. Then he said, clearly, for the record. I am Harry James Potter, Lord of the noble and ancient houses of Potter, Black, Peverell, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Merlin Emrys, Le Fay, Pendragon, Flammel, Ollivander Cadet, Bones Cadet, Gaunt, Pruitt, and Dumbledore Adjacent Cadet. 17 houses. I completed the claiming ritual at Gringotts 2 days ago. The claims are sealed, witnessed, and recognized under Article 14 of the Goblin Wizard Accord. He paused. I also hold the founding compact of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which has been reinstated as of yesterday under the Ravenclaw provision. And I am, for those who aren't aware, 9 years old. The murmuring in the tiers stopped. The silence was absolute. Then someone laughed, a single sharp sound from the upper tiers, and then stopped, because the silence came back even harder. Lucius Malfoy had not moved. His face was entirely composed, which was, Harry thought, impressive. Whatever he'd been expecting from this morning, he was managing the revision in real time and not letting it show. Amelia Bones had her monocle out and was looking at Harry with both eyes and something that was starting to look like professional delight. Dumbledore was looking at him with those kind eyes and a stillness that was not the stillness of inaction but the stillness of someone standing very carefully in a current they hadn't fully mapped yet. Thank you, Lord Potter, Dumbledore said. Your standing is noted for the record. A brief pause. Shall we proceed to the matter of the petition? Please, Harry said. The blood debt call against Lucius Malfoy took 35 minutes. Clearwater presented the case. Harry stood beside her and answered the 3 questions the Chamber's protocol required of the petitioning lord, confirming the debt, confirming the standing, confirming the requested resolution. He answered all 3 in clear, even sentences without looking at Malfoy. The resolution he'd requested was not, as several people in the chamber had clearly anticipated, financial. He wasn't asking for gold. He was asking for three things: the formal return of two properties the Malfoy family had acquired from the Pruitt estate during the First War under conditions Clearwater described, accurately and without embellishment, as coercion. The full documentation of every financial transaction between Lucius Malfoy personally and any ministry official between 1979 and 1982, to be deposited with the Wisingamot clerk under seal, reviewable by any Wisingamot member with standing. And a formal acknowledgment, entered into the Wisingamot record, of the outstanding debt. He had chosen this resolution carefully. The properties were symbolic rather than practically essential, getting them back mattered, but what mattered more was establishing that the debt existed and was being enforced. The financial documentation request was the actual teeth of it, not the Pruitt debt specifically, but the precedent it set. And the acknowledgement was the thing that would last, because once it was in the record it couldn't be quietly removed. Lucius Malfoy's counterargument was presented by his own solicitor, who was not Hyacinth Parkinson but someone older and more experienced, and who did a competent job of challenging the timeline of the debt and the applicability of the coercion clause. The argument took 12 minutes and was well constructed. Clearwater's rebuttal took 4 minutes. She had the archived documentation. The vote went 22-9 in favor of the petition. The silence in the chamber when the vote was read was a different kind of silence from before, not shock but recalibration, the sound of 22 people updating their understanding of the situation. Harry looked at Lucius Malfoy for the first time since the vote. Malfoy was looking back at him with those composed silver-gray eyes, and the composure was real, it wasn't a mask, he genuinely had extraordinary emotional control, but underneath the composure something had changed. The assumption was gone. The man who had walked in today knowing what Harry Potter would be like was looking at something his model had not accounted for. Harry held the look for a moment. Then he looked away, to Amelia Bones, who gave him a precise nod that said about 15 things simultaneously. Then up, to Dumbledore. Dumbledore was looking at him with those eyes and the full weight of someone who understood completely what they were watching and was allowing themselves to understand it rather than explaining it away. Harry nodded at him. A small, courteous nod, acknowledging the man in the chair. Not warm, not hostile. Present. Dumbledore nodded back. The session ended at noon. Harry stayed in his seat at the floor while the tiers emptied, and the people who wanted to approach him approached and the ones who didn't left, and he spoke to 6 people in the next 20 minutes, Amelia Bones first, who shook his hand with a grip that matched Ragnar's for iron and said, "I've been waiting for someone to call that debt for 11 years. And whose monocle eye was sharp and interested and whose other eye was the eye of someone who had lost a brother, then 3 members he didn't know who introduced themselves with the manner of people who had just decided something and wanted to establish their position early, then Augusta Longbottom, who arrived from somewhere near the back of the emptying tiers with the bearing of someone used to representing a great deal and the face of someone who had been through more than she'd been given credit for. "I received your letter," Augusta said. She looked at him steadily. "Neville is at home. He is a good boy. He has not been told enough, about the prophecy or about his parents' situation, because I thought protection was the same thing as knowledge. I'm beginning to think I was wrong about that. I think protection and knowledge can be the same thing," Harry said. "With the right information." He paused. "I'd like to meet him. Not for any strategic reason. Just because his family is in the record of everything that happened to mine." Augusta Longbottom looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, carefully, "You are 9. "I know," Harry said, and this time there was the smallest edge of humor in it, because he had heard it enough times now that it had started to feel like a running joke he hadn't been consulted on. The corner of Augusta's mouth moved. "Tuesday," she said. "Come for tea." She named her address and left. That left Dumbledore, who had waited until everyone else was gone before coming down from the tiers, which Harry had noticed and interpreted as courtesy, giving him space to manage the other conversations without having the chief warlock standing next to him. He walked across the empty chamber floor and he was tall, and old, and the kind eyes were very present up close, and Harry stood in front of him and felt something that he didn't try to name, something in the vicinity of complicated, which was the honest word for it. "You look like both of them," Dumbledore said. Not as an opener, not as a gambit. Just as a true thing that had apparently needed to be said first. "I know," Harry said. "I found a photograph." Dumbledore absorbed this. Sirius's mirror. Yes. A pause. The empty chamber held their voices and gave them back quietly. "I put you in that house," Dumbledore said. "Because of your mother's blood, and because of the protections it allowed, and because I believed, I still believe, that it was the safest available option at the time." He said it directly, without softening it. "I also put you there without adequate consideration of what the life you would lead in that house would cost you. Those two things are both true." "I know," Harry said. "I've read the reasoning. I understand the reasoning. But the ley lines started failing 8 years ago. And you knew. And you didn't act." He kept his voice even. "That's not a protection decision. That's a timing decision. You were managing when I found out, not whether." Dumbledore said nothing. "I'm not angry at you," Harry said, and meant it precisely, not as absolution and not as a performance of reasonableness, but as an accurate statement of his current internal situation. The anger was somewhere, he could feel it, but it was in a room with a door and he had his hand on the door and he was choosing, right now, to leave it closed. "But I need you to understand that the decisions going forward are mine." Dumbledore looked at him. The weight of those eyes was real and not manipulative, and Harry felt it and stood in it and didn't step back. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I think I understand that." "Good." Harry held the gaze for another moment. "There's a piece of Voldemort in my scar. The Goblin curse breakers confirmed it 2 days ago. I'd like you to tell me what you know about it. Not what you decided I should know. What you know." The silence was long. "Horcruxes," Dumbledore said, finally. The word sounded old in his mouth, like something he had been carrying for a while. "I had a theory. I have been researching. I did not want to tell you until I was certain." "Tell me now," Harry said. "Uncertain is fine. I'll deal with uncertain." And Dumbledore, chief warlock of the Wizengamot and headmaster of Hogwarts School, who had been moving chess pieces for 11 years, sat down on the chamber floor in his elaborate robes and told a 9-year-old boy what he knew about the darkest magic in Britain. Harry listened. He asked 3 questions. He took no notes, he didn't need to. When it was done, he stood. "I'm going to Hogwarts," he said. "There's a provision in the founding compact for emancipated lords to attend at any age. I need to be there." He paused. "And there are 3 things Rowena Ravenclaw hid that I need to find." Dumbledore looked up at him from the floor. "You've read her letter. She left it for me." Something moved across Dumbledore's face that was not quite a smile and not quite grief. "She was very clever." "She was," Harry agreed. He looked at the empty chamber, the tears, the old stone, the space where 31 people had just watched a 9-year-old boy collect a debt that had been outstanding for 11 years. "The Hogwarts Express leaves September 1st. I'll be on it." He walked toward the door. He stopped once, without turning. "Dumbledore. The sword." A pause. "Yes. I'll need it back. It's Gryffindor property." He walked out. Behind him, in the empty chamber, Dumbledore sat on the floor for a moment longer and looked at the space where Harry had stood, and then he did something he had not done in a very long time. He laughed, quietly, to himself, the laugh of a man encountering something that was genuinely beyond his preparation for it. "Lily," he said, to no one. "You would have loved this." Chapter 5, Hogwarts on his own terms. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 in the morning on the 1st of September, and Harry arrived at platform 9 3/4 at 10:45, which gave him exactly 15 minutes of standing on the platform before the train left, which was 15 minutes more than he needed and which he spent looking at things. The platform was loud and steaming and full of families doing the particular choreography of send-offs, trunks being wrestled through barriers, owls complaining in their cages, younger siblings watching with the specific expression of children who have been told their turn is coming and don't quite believe it yet. Parents holding on slightly too long. The train itself was red and enormous and absolute, sitting on the track with the permanence of something that had made this journey many times and intended to make it many more. Harry had one trunk, correctly sized, containing 3 changes of clothes, the archive documents he'd decided were immediately essential, the photograph from Sirius's mirror, Rowena Ravenclaw's letter, and every book he'd had time to pull from the Grimmauld Place library that seemed relevant. He had Hedwig, the snowy owl that Griphook had arranged with the air of someone who had identified a practical need and addressed it without ceremony. He had his wand, which was a whole separate story. The wand had happened 3 days before the express. He had gone to Ollivander's, not the shop on Diagon Alley, but the family vault at Gringotts first, because he was now technically the head of the Ollivander cadet line and he had wanted to understand what that meant before walking into the shop of someone who was a distant relation without knowing it. What it meant, according to the vault documentation, was that the Ollivander wand crafting tradition had a specific theoretical framework, recorded in manuscripts going back 400 years, about the relationship between wand and wizard, about the matching process, about what suits actually meant in magical terms. He had read 3 of those manuscripts before going to the shop. Garrick Ollivander was a man with large pale eyes that caught light and held it in the unnerving way of someone whose primary experience of people was categorizing them, and he had looked at Harry across his crowded little shop with those pale eyes and said nothing for a full 10 seconds. Then he had said, "Interesting." "What is?" Harry said. "You," Ollivander said. He had already pulled a drawer open before Harry had entered, before Harry had knocked, which was the kind of thing you noticed and filed. "The wand for you has been waiting for some time. Since before you were born, actually." He turned with a box in his hand. "Which is unusual." "How long before I was born?" 43 years. He opened the box. The wand inside was 14 inches, dark wood with a grain that moved differently in different lights. Ebony, dragon heartstring, unusually flexible for ebony. Made in 1947. It has refused every wizard who's tried it since, and a number have tried. He held it out. "Try not to be smug about this." Harry took the wand. The feeling was nothing like what he'd expected and exactly what the Ollivander manuscripts had described, not fireworks, not warmth, but correctness, the feeling of a key in a lock, something settling into its right relationship. The wand was an extension of his hand and had apparently been waiting to be that extension for 43 years with a patience that he found, given the past 2 weeks of his life, entirely relatable. "What does unusually flexible mean?" he asked. "It means it won't do what you tell it to if what you tell it to is wrong," Ollivander said. "It has opinions." He paused. "Most wands follow their wizard. That one leads." Harry had thought about that conversation several times since. He thought about it now, standing on the platform, the wand in his pocket, Hedwig on his shoulder watching the chaos of departure with the expression of an owl who had decided that humans were acceptable company but would never admit it. He was watching for someone specific. He found her by the pile of books. There was a girl near the far end of the platform who had a tower of books beside her trunk so tall it was structurally questionable, and who was currently in an argument with her parents, not a bad argument, the kind where the other person is right but you're not quite ready to concede, about whether all the books were strictly necessary. The girl's position was clearly that they were, and she was losing the argument on the grounds that the books physically would not fit in the trunk, and she was losing it with the expression of someone who finds this outcome genuinely offensive. She was Harry's age, maybe slightly older. Brown hair and brown eyes and the bearing of someone who had discovered that reading made you confident and had taken this lesson seriously. She was wearing Muggle clothes and she had a first-year's Hogwarts letter in one hand and one of the books from her pile in the other, and the book was one Harry recognized because he'd read it twice, A Comprehensive History of Magical Governance in Britain from 800 CE to the present, which was not a standard first-year text and was not, in fact, a text used at any year level, because it was not a school text at all. It was a legal history. She had found it on her own. He was certain of it. He walked over. "That one's good," he said, nodding at the book. She looked up. He got the full assessment in about 3 seconds, his age, his size, his evident lack of 12 pounds of books, and then her attention went to the book in her hand and back to him. "The section on the Ministry Reformation of 1811 is wrong," she said. "The author says it was purely administrative, but if you read the actual charter it was politically driven. There are 3 separate accountability provisions that only make sense as responses to." She stopped. "Sorry. Hello. I'm Hermione Granger." "Harry Potter," he said. The reaction was immediate and then immediately suppressed, which he appreciated. She registered the name, recalibrated visibly, and then made the conscious decision to continue treating him as someone she'd just met rather than a legend she'd read about. All of this happened in about a second and a half. "You've read it," she said. "Meaning the book?" "Twice. You're right about the 1811 section. Also the section on goblin representation is incomplete. There's archive documentation at Gringotts that covers what the author left out." "You've been to the Gringotts archive?" Her voice rose slightly with the specific pitch of someone encountering an opportunity they hadn't expected. "Recently," he said. "Yes." A pause. Her parents were standing behind her with the expressions of people watching their child meet someone and deciding whether to be concerned. Harry looked at them briefly. They were kind-faced people, a Muggle couple, clearly proud of their daughter in a way that was entirely genuine and slightly overwhelmed by the world she'd walked into. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger," he said, turning to them. "I'm Harry Potter. I'm in your daughter's year. She's the first person on this platform who's read something interesting." He said it simply and without performing charm, just stating accurate things. Mrs. Granger blinked. "Mr. Granger looked at the tower of books and back at Harry and said, with the air of a man reaching for solid ground, "Are all the books really necessary?" "Honestly," Harry said, "I'd leave half of them. Not because she doesn't need the information, she does. But because Hogwarts has a library and she'll be able to find better versions there." He paused. "I'd keep the legal history, the one on magical governance, and whatever she's read twice already. The ones with the worn spines." Hermione looked at him sharply. Then she looked at the pile. Then, with the expression of someone making a genuine concession, she began sorting books back into an order that corresponded to exactly what he described: twice read, subject relevant, actually essential. She worked quickly and with no argument. Her parents watched this with the expressions of people witnessing something they'd been attempting for 3 weeks and would not mention aloud. "Can I sit with you?" Harry asked Hermione. "On the train?" She looked up from the sorting. "Yes," she said, as if this were obvious. "I have questions about the archive." They found a compartment in the middle of the train and Hermione asked questions for 40 minutes, which Harry answered with the same quality of attention he gave everything, and she listened to his answers with the quality of attention that the best kind of listeners bring, not waiting for her turn to speak, actually incorporating what he said into the framework she was building, asking follow-ups that built sequentially rather than scattering. He liked her immediately and without reservation. Not as a calculation, as a fact. "The Founding Compact," she said. "Is it publicly accessible? The actual document?" "It's been filed with the Wisengamot clerk as part of the reinstatement notification. Public record. I'd request a copy from the clerk's office, first week." She made a note in the margin of her legal history book, which was covered in notes already, most of them longer than any margin had any business hosting, written in a small precise hand that had been disciplined by years of needing to fit things in. "One question," he said, because he'd been turning it over since the platform. "Yes. How did you find that book?" "The legal history." She looked up. "I went to a Muggle library in London the week after I got my letter and asked the librarian for everything they had on British magical history." She said it as if this were obvious. Most of what they had was in the mythology section and was obviously wrong about the practical aspects. But there were 3 books in the local history section that were different. The information in them was accurate in a way the others weren't. Warmer, Harry said. The books that are accurate. Like they're sitting slightly closer to you than the rest. She stared at him. Yes. Exactly that. How did you? I found a book about inheritance law the same way. In a library in Surrey. He paused. I think the books find people who'll read them properly. Hermione considered this with the expression of someone encountering a framework she had no objection to but needed to spend time examining. That implies the books have intent. Or that magic does. Through them. She wrote something in the margin of her book. Then she looked up again. You said you've been at Gringotts. For how long? Since the 23rd of August. That's, she counted. 9 days. Yes. And you've read the entire archive? The relevant portions. 15 cabinets of documentation for 17 houses. The earliest material in old scripts I needed translation for. He paused. I haven't finished. I'll finish in the Hogwarts library. She was looking at him with an expression he'd seen before, in various forms, on Griphook and Clearwater and Ragnarok, and which he identified as the expression of someone deciding that a situation had more going on than they'd initially assessed. Harry, she said. Why are you telling me all of this? He thought about it honestly, because she had earned an honest answer by asking the question directly. Because you're going to figure most of it out anyway, he said. You went to a Muggle library the week you got your letter. In the first 6 weeks at Hogwarts, you will have read things that most students here won't read in 7 years, and you'll have questions that most of the teachers won't answer properly, and you'll be frustrated by that. He paused. I want you to know that some of what you're reading has gaps in it that are deliberate. Not accidents. The story of who Muggle-born witches and wizards actually are is not in the standard texts. There's a legal claim about it that's been active since 1013 AD. Hermione was very still. What kind of gaps? The kind that exist because accurate information would change things, Harry said. Things people with power don't want changed. She sat with this. He watched her absorb it, not uncritically, not credulously, but with the careful examination of someone who needed to understand a thing properly before deciding what to do about it. He respected that enormously. Is this why you said you wanted to sit with me? She said. So you could tell me this? No, he said. I wanted to sit with you because you're the first person today who argued with a book and was right. He looked out the window at the countryside moving past. The information was going to come up anyway. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she turned back to her book and wrote something else in the margin, longer this time, and he watched the countryside and they were quiet for a while in the comfortable way of people who have established that they can be. At some point during the journey, the compartment door slid open and Draco Malfoy looked in. He looked in with the manner of someone who had been told to expect something specific and was attempting to reconcile the expectation with the reality. His manner was confident, the practiced confidence of someone who had been socialized to lead, but underneath it there was a working quality, gears turning, assessment happening, the look of a boy who was genuinely intelligent and had been placed in a situation that was outpacing the briefing he'd received. He had 2 people behind him, Crabbe and Goyle, large and placid and evidently decorative, and he stood in the doorway looking at Harry with Lucius Malfoy's silver-grey eyes in a 12-year-old's face. Harry Potter, he said. With the studied quality of someone delivering an opening line they'd prepared. Draco Malfoy, Harry said, without looking up from the document he was reading. He gave it a moment, then looked up. Your father was at the Wisengamot session. A brief pause, rapid recalibration visible in the set of Draco's jaw. Yes. He handled it well, Harry said. Better than I'd expected, actually. The counter-argument his solicitor presented was competent. Another pause. The prepared script was apparently not accounting for competent. He said, Draco stopped. Start it again. He said you were worth knowing. Harry looked at him for a moment. He thought about Lucius Malfoy sitting in the Wizengamot tier with those composed grey eyes watching the vote go 22-9 against him, and he thought about the intelligence it would take to send your son into this compartment with a statement designed as an opening rather than a challenge. Your father is right that I'm worth knowing, Harry said. Whether that's mutual depends on you. Draco looked at him. His eyes moved briefly to Hermione, taking in her face, her muggle clothes, the book with its dense margin notes, and then back to Harry, and something flickered in his expression that was the beginning of a question. Hermione Granger, Hermione said, without looking up from her book. Her voice had the tone of someone answering a question that was going to get asked eventually and finding the current moment adequate. My parents are dentists. I've read more of your family's legal history than you probably have. Draco looked at her. He was, Harry could see, genuinely surprised. The surprise was the most unguarded thing he'd shown since opening the door. Sit down if you want, Harry said. But leave Crabbe and Goyle in the corridor. This compartment is too small for everyone to think properly. Draco looked at Harry. Looked at the corridor. Made the decision. Harry could see it happening, in about 3 seconds, which was fast for a decision that was evidently more significant than it appeared. He said something brief to Crabbe and Goyle and slid into the compartment opposite Harry, and the door closed behind him. He sat for a moment arranging himself, the posture, the expression, the balance of performance and genuine presence, and then he said, My father wants to know what you're planning. I know, Harry said. That's why he sent you and not an owl. Draco's mouth tightened. And your father will find out what I'm planning when I do it, the same as everyone else. He looked at Draco steadily. I'm not keeping secrets strategically. I'm operating publicly, on the record, in the legal system. Everything I've done in the last 2 weeks has been filed with the Wizengamot clerk. Your father can read all of it. He paused. What your father is actually asking, through you, is whether I'm hostile to the Malfoy family specifically. Draco said nothing. Which was his answer. I collected the Pruitt debt because it was valid, documented, and overdue, Harry said. Not because I was making a point about your father. If I wanted to make a point about your father, I have 7 more claims in the active file that involve the Malfoy family's conduct during the First War. I haven't moved on those. Why not? Draco said, and it was the most genuine thing he'd said so far, real curiosity cutting through the managed performance. Because moving on all of them at once would look like a campaign rather than law enforcement, and I'm interested in the system working properly, not in destroying any single family. He held Draco's gaze. Your father did things during the war that I find reprehensible. He also, when presented with an adverse legal outcome 2 days ago, accepted it without attempting to corrupt the process. That's not nothing. Draco was very still. He said you were different. From what he expected. From anyone. He said it with a flatness that suggested the words were more significant than the delivery. He said, he stopped again. Looked out the window. Made another decision. He said you were the first person he'd dealt with in 20 years who didn't want something from him or want to destroy him. That you just wanted the law applied. Harry looked at Draco. He thought about the boy's father building a life on hierarchy and blood and the certainty of what the world owed him, and what it was to be this boy, 12 years old, being shaped by all of that with the intelligence to see its cracks and the formation not yet to know what to do about them. I want the law applied, Harry said. Yes. He paused. What do you want, Draco? Not your father. You. Draco looked at him. The question had clearly not been expected. It sat in the air between them, and Draco looked at it the way you looked at something unfamiliar that hadn't yet shown you whether it was dangerous. I don't know, Draco said finally, with the frankness of someone who has never had the safety to say that before. Harry nodded. Then that's a fine place to start. Hogwarts appeared at the end of a lake. Harry had seen it in books, in the archived documentation, in the founding compact which described its construction in terms that were simultaneously architectural and magical, the building and the enchanting happening simultaneously, the school growing from the hillside like something that had always been there and was only now being made visible. None of it had prepared him for the actual thing. It was vast and particular in the way that places full of genuine history were, not just old, but weighted with the specific gravity of everything that had happened in it. He looked at it from the boat. Hagrid had managed the first years with cheerful enormous efficiency, shouting no more and four to a boat and crashing through the process with the helpful force of a very large man who was genuinely enthusiastic about children experiencing Hogwarts for the first time, and he felt something that he had felt in the Merlin Emery's chamber, in the carved circle on the floor. The feeling of a place that had been waiting. Specifically, he was going to like it here. He already knew that. The boats brought them to the castle's base and up through a door into a stone entrance hall with a marble staircase and torches burning warm in the dark, and then a woman in emerald robes with the bearing of someone who had walked these halls for decades and intended to walk them for decades more. She had sharp eyes behind square glasses and she looked at the first years with the particular look of teachers who see every class as both an educational challenge and, occasionally, a source of mild hope. Her eyes moved through the group and found Harry and did the same thing everyone's eyes did when they found Harry, which was a brief register of the name and then an immediate and professional recovery. Then they went back to the group and she said, "Welcome to Hogwarts. I'm Professor McGonagall. The sorting will begin shortly." She looked at Harry again. Just briefly. And Harry looked back, and he saw in her face the specific expression of someone who had known his parents, who had her own complicated relationship with November 1981, and who was in the process of reconciling the child standing in front of her with the child she had expected to be standing in front of her. He gave her a small nod. Not performed, real. She gave him one back, equally real, and then looked away to manage three other first years who were edging toward a door they shouldn't be edging toward. The sorting happened under 1,000 candles and the attention of every student in the hall, and Harry stood in the line and watched the sorting hat sit on each head and pronounce in its cracked singing voice, and he thought about what it was going to say when it got to him, because he had been thinking about this since reading the founding compact. The compact described the sorting as an administrative division, a practical necessity for running a large school with 4 distinct educational traditions. The sorting hat had been Godric's idea, conceived as a way of honoring each founder's gift by recognizing it in new students. But Rowena's letter had described it as both our greatest and our most regrettable invention, which he had been turning over for 2 weeks. He thought he understood what she meant. He had thought about it in the context of what the hat was doing when it sorted, identifying and categorizing, placing people in boxes that then became formative, that structured their friendships and their rivalries and their self-conception for 7 years. The gift became a cage when the category became the identity. He was standing in front of a hat that was about to decide he was one thing. "Potter, Harry," McGonagall said, and every head in the hall turned, and he walked up and sat on the stool and the hat came down over his eyes. The inside of the hat was dark and warm and then a voice spoke, different from the singing voice, lower and more private, the voice of something that had been doing one specific thing for 1,000 years and had gotten extremely good at it. "Well," the hat said. "There's something I don't see very often." "I'd imagine not," Harry said. "You're aware that you have the blood of all 4 founders?" "Yes." "And you know that traditionally this would," "I know what it would mean traditionally," Harry said. "I want to know what it means actually. Not what the tradition says. What you see." The hat was quiet for a moment. Not hesitant, thinking, genuinely. "You're Gryffindor in courage," it said. "More than any student I've seen in a generation. And you're Ravenclaw in mind, the way you process information, the quality of attention you bring, it's," a pause. "And there is Slytherin here, in ambition and the long game and the willingness to use what you have strategically. And Hufflepuff in the way you think about people, not as categories or tools, but as, so I'm all for," Harry said. "Yes," the hat said. "Which creates a problem. Does it?" Harry said. "Or does it just create a problem for a system designed to put people in one box?" The hat was quiet again. Longer this time. Rowena, it said, and the word carried a very old affection, always said someone would come along eventually who broke the system. She said it wouldn't be a breaking, she said it would be a question. Asked in exactly the right way. So what's the answer? The answer is that you could be in any of them. Meaningfully in any of them. A pause. What do you want? Harry thought about this. He thought about the founding compact and the four-voice check system and the deliberate architecture of balance. He thought about Rowena's letter and our most regrettable invention and what it meant to be placed in a box that became formative. He thought about Hermione Granger on the train, whose parents were dentists, who had found her books by the quality of warmth they had, who had argued with a text and been right. If I'm in Gryffindor, he said, I can only speak for one house formally. If I'm in all four, I speak for none. Yes, the hat said. Then put me where I'll do the most good, Harry said. Not for me. For the balance. The hat sat on his head for a very long time. Longer, apparently, than it had sat on any head in living memory. He could hear the murmuring starting in the hall around him and he let it happen without concern. You know, the hat said finally, in 1,000 years, no one has ever asked me that question. What do the founders say? Harry asked. You were made by them. What do they think? Another pause. Godric says Gryffindor, obviously. A dry quality entered the hat's voice. He always says Gryffindor. Salazar is refusing to participate on the grounds that this conversation is unprecedented and he reserves the right to comment afterward. Helga says, what does Helga say? Helga says, the hat said, and something warm entered its voice, that you should decide for yourself. Harry sat with that for a moment. He thought about the Hufflepuff trial and the 5 illusions and what it meant to help without performing it. He thought about the girl with the books on the train. He thought about 37 inches and a piece of string. He thought about what it meant to be the thing that keeps the system honest. Gryffindor, the hat said. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took the hat off, handed it back to McGonagall, who was looking at him with those sharp eyes and a new expression, the expression of someone putting together information they'd had separately, and walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Hermione was sorted 20 minutes later. The hat sat on her head for exactly 30 seconds and announced, Gryffindor, with the confidence of something that had been very sure about this one, and she walked to the table with her chin up and found the seat next to Harry as if she had been moving toward it all along. Well, she said quietly. 4 minutes and 12 seconds, Harry said. New record, apparently. She looked at him with a satisfaction that was better than smugness because it was genuine. What did it say? That all 4 founders were in me. That it was unprecedented. A pause. It asked what I wanted. What did you say? I said to put me where I'd do the most good for the balance. He picked up his fork as the food appeared on the table. It thought about it for a while. Hermione considered this. That's a very Gryffindor thing to say. Apparently, Harry agreed. Across the table, a round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom was looking at Harry with the expression of someone who had received a letter about tea and had been thinking about it for 3 weeks. He caught Harry's eye and gave him the careful nod of someone who has been thinking about a thing and is ready to begin. Harry nodded back. Snape taught potions in the dungeons and had been doing so for 10 years with the focused acidity of someone who had become an expert in their field and found the educational process itself an inconvenience. He entered the classroom on the first day with his robes sweeping and his voice precise and his manner projecting the specific energy of someone who intended to be the most significant presence in any room he entered. He called the register. When he reached Potter, he paused. Then said, with a deliberateness that was clearly rehearsed, our new celebrity. Harry looked up from his notes. He looked at Snape with the same quality of attention he gave everything and said, pleasantly, Professor Snape. Snape looked at him. Something moved through his expression, something that was clearly expecting a reaction and had not gotten one. He moved on. Longbottom. He found Neville immediately, who shrank slightly, and Harry watched this with a flat assessment. Another generation of Longbottoms attempting the impossible task of passing potions. Neville's shoulders went up. "Professor," Harry said. Snape looked at him. "Could you tell me," Harry said, in the same pleasant tone, "what the Wisengamot's Code of Conduct for Educational Environments says about the use of a student's family name in a negative context?" The room went very still. Snape's eyes narrowed. "I beg your pardon. It's in the Founding Compact, actually, which I reinstated last week." Harry's voice remained conversational. Section 4, Subsection 3. The protection of students from the abuse of authority. I'm asking because I want to know if I need to file a formal notification or whether this is a first instance matter that gets a warning. He paused. I'm still learning the protocol. The silence had a different quality now. Not afraid, suspended, like a room collectively holding its breath. Snape's face had done something complicated. The acidity was still there, but behind it was a quality Harry hadn't expected, not anger, which he'd anticipated, but something more textured. He was being assessed. Rapidly. The Founding Compact, Snape said carefully, gives the Lords of the Founding Houses authority over curriculum and governance. It does not give students the right to interrupt classes. You're right, Harry said. My mistake. I'll file the notification afterward. He picked up his quill. What are we starting with today? Another long pause. Then Snape said, with the precision of someone deciding on a tactical withdrawal that could be reclassified as a strategic repositioning, Potions theory. Open to page 7. He did not comment on Neville Longbottom's family for the rest of the class. After class, in the corridor, Neville fell into step beside Harry and said in a low voice, "You didn't have to do that." "I know," Harry said. "He's going to make my life difficult for it." "Possibly." Harry glanced at him. "But now he knows there are consequences. That changes the calculation." A pause. "Also, I genuinely want to know the protocol." I wasn't bluffing. Neville looked at him. He was a boy who had clearly spent a long time being smaller than the space he was in, and he looked at Harry with the expression of someone who had not yet fully resolved whether this was safe, which Harry understood and didn't rush. Neville said. My grandmother said Tuesday. It was good. It was, Harry agreed. Augusta Longbottom's Tuesday tea had been, in fact, excellent, a formal occasion that was also genuinely warm, with a woman who had been through enough to recognize when something important was happening and who had looked at Harry across her sitting room with the expression of someone setting down a very long carried weight. She had told him things about the First War that weren't in any archive. He had listened. He had told her about Sirius Black's petition, where it stood, what he expected. She had cried, briefly, and with the dignity of someone who cried only when it was completely true and then got back to the point. He had respected that. The defense against the dark arts classroom was on the 3rd floor, and the teacher's name was Professor Quirrell, and Harry knew something was wrong before he sat down. He knew it the way he'd known about the books in the library, a quality of fairness, but inverted, a warmth that was coming from the wrong direction, emanating from the front of the room with a texture that was familiar in a way he needed a moment to identify. He identified it. He sat very still. The scar began to hurt. Not badly. A low heat, exactly as Fierce Hand had described, dormant intent becoming slightly less dormant in proximity to its source. Harry breathed through it without touching the scar and thought, someone reconstituted. Partially. Not enough to be what he was, but enough to be attached. Quirrell was a slight man with a stammer and the nervous manner of someone performing nervousness, which was different from actually being nervous, and Harry could see the difference because he had spent 9 years learning to read the gap between performance and reality in the people he lived with. He smiled too much. He taught badly, covering basic defensive theory in a rambling sequence that had no pedagogical structure. He kept his back turned to the class unnecessarily often. He was also wearing a turban. Which, given everything, Harry now looked at with very specific attention. He did not react. He took his notes and asked one careful question, about the theory of magical counterresonance, which was an advanced topic that had no business being asked by a first year and which Quirrell answered with a brief flash of genuine competence before catching himself and returning to the stammer, and then left the class with the same expression he'd entered it with. In the corridor, he stopped. Hermione pulled up beside him. "You felt something in there," she said. "Not a question." He looked at her. "What did you feel?" "Wrong," she said immediately. Like the air in the room was the wrong temperature. "Not cold." "Wrong." She paused. "And the turban. Why does he always wear the turban?" "I have a theory," Harry said. "But I need to verify it before I act on it." He began walking. "Don't say anything to anyone yet." "Obviously," Hermione said, and they walked up the marble staircase and Harry thought about dormant intent and partial reconstitution and a man wearing a turban, and somewhere in the knot behind his scar something that wasn't his emotion flickered briefly, a hot, frustrated fragment of something that wanted and could not get, and he identified it as not his and let it pass through without following it. He was going to need to have another conversation with the Cursebreakers. He was also going to need to get into the dungeons. Not the potions dungeons, somewhere below those, somewhere older. He had found a reference in the Slytherin documentation to something sealed 300 years ago, and the Slytherin vault documentation described it as the final working of the heir of the serpent, sealed in Parseltongue, accessible only to blood. He had been going to look at it eventually. He thought eventually might need to become soon. McGonagall stopped him after Transfiguration on Wednesday afternoon, which was the week's best class. She taught with the focused rigor of someone who had mastered the subject so thoroughly they could make it look like thought rather than technique, by the simple method of saying, a word, "Mr. Potter," as the other students filed out. He stayed. She waited until the room was clear and then turned to look at him with her full attention, which was different from her teaching attention in a way that was warmer and more personal. "You've been to see Sirius Black's case," she said. "The petition is filed," he said. "The challenge window closed 2 days ago with no counterpetition. The review is proceeding." "I know." She sat on the edge of her desk in a way that changed the register of the conversation, made it less formal. "I want you to know something. I was there the night your parents died. I was watching the house on Dumbledore's instructions." She said it without evasion. "I saw him place you on the doorstep. I told him I thought it was the wrong house. That those were the worst kind of muggles." She paused. "He told me you'd be safe." Harry looked at her. "You were right," he said. "About the house. I was safe in the technical sense. It wasn't." He stopped. He had spent 2 weeks not dwelling on the Dursleys because there were more important things and the dwelling would come later when there was room for it. "I'm fine," he said, which was true. "But you were right." "I should have pushed harder," McGonagall said. It was not a performance of guilt. It was a straightforward assessment, stated without softening. He respected her for doing that. "Yes," he said, equally straightforward. "But you didn't make the decision." She looked at him. "You're handling this situation with a great deal of," she paused, choosing her word. "Clarity." "I had 9 days in an archive," he said. "By the end of it I'd had time to feel all the things and then put them in their rooms and close the doors. Doesn't mean the rooms are empty." He looked at her. "It means I know where they are." McGonagall looked at him for a moment. She had the expression she'd had when he'd handed back the hat, the expression of someone incorporating new information into a picture they'd held for a long time and finding it changed the picture significantly. "The founding compact," she said. "Yes. The curriculum review provision. You can change what's taught, yes. Add subjects, remove outdated or inaccurate material, mandate certain content that's been absent." He paused. "I'm not going to use it as a bludgeon. I want it to work with the staff, not over them." He looked at her. "But there are things being taught here that are wrong." And things that aren't being taught that should be. The magical law and rights curriculum is non-existent. The history curriculum stops at 1945 and barely covers Goblin history or the actual founding of the school. Bins, McGonagall said, with the expression of someone who has been waiting for this conversation for approximately 30 years. Is a ghost who died in the middle of a lecture in 1897 and has been teaching the same lecture since, Harry said. Yes. He paused. I'm not going to remove him. But I want his curriculum reviewed. McGonagall looked at him. Something moved across her face that was definitely not a smile and was definitely in the vicinity of one. You remind me of your mother, she said. Specifically when she was deciding how to fix something that had been wrong for a long time. Harry thought about this. He thought about his mother's eyes in the archive photograph and in Sirius's mirror. Was she like this? She was. McGonagall paused. She was the most intellectually dangerous person in her year. Not because of power, though she had that. Because she asked the right questions at the right time and didn't stop asking them. A pause. Your father was the one people watched. Your mother was the one who actually moved things. Harry stood with that for a moment. Thank you, he said. For telling me that. Thursday afternoon, McGonagall said, picking up her quill. 2:00. My office. Bring the founding compact provisions you want to discuss. We'll start there. He walked out into the corridor and stood for a moment in the motion of students between classes and thought about a woman who asked the right questions and didn't stop, and about a conversation in an archive room with his mother's file in his hands, and about what it meant to carry someone forward. He started walking toward the library. There was a letter waiting for him at dinner, delivered to the Gryffindor table by a goblin courier owl, which caused enough of a stir that several people at the Slytherin table looked over, and one person at the Slytherin table looked over with more than curiosity. Theodore Nott, a quiet boy who Harry had noticed paid more attention than he showed, watched the owl land and then watched Harry open the letter with a quality of attention that suggested he had received a briefing and was now updating it. The letter was from Clearwater. It said, the Wisingamot review of the Black case has been accelerated. The reviewer found no trial transcript on record, more than that, they found no arrest warrant on record either. The procedural violations are apparently so significant that the Attorney General's office has taken an interest. Preliminary finding is expected within the week. Also, Arthur Weasley responded to your letter. He would like to meet as soon as possible. He says it's about the rat. Harry read it twice. He folded it, put it in his pocket, next to the photograph, next to Rowena Ravenclaw's letter, next to the letter from Flamel dated 3 years from now. He looked across the hall to the staff table. Dumbledore was watching him with those kind eyes and the expression of someone who had made peace with the fact that the board had changed and was making his own slow recalibration, without resentment, without urgency, in the honest way of someone who genuinely believed the outcome he'd been working toward for 11 years could still happen, just differently than he'd planned. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at the letter in his hands and thought, soon. Friday night, he went to the dungeons alone. Not recklessly, he had the founding compact's authority and he had told Griphook via Owl where he was going, and Griphook had responded with a map of the lower dungeons that was 300 years old and slightly different from the current layout in ways that Harry noted and allowed for. He went at midnight, when the castle was asleep, because some things needed to be done before they needed to be announced. The dungeons below the potions corridor were older than the rest of the castle, the stone down here predated Hogwarts' founding, which meant that Slytherin had not built the chamber, he had found it, incorporated it, woven it into the school's architecture around an older space. That changed certain things about what was down there. He moved through the lower corridors with his wand lit and his scar quiet, which meant Quirrell was asleep and whatever fragment of Voldemort lived behind that turban was correspondingly dormant. He found the door, not a door, a section of wall that looked like a door because it had been a door once and the stone remembered, by following the Parseltongue markers embedded in the floor. Faint, old, the kind of inscription that had been written to be found only by someone who knew they were looking. He put his hand flat on the wall and said, in the below language, I am heir of this house. Open. The wall opened. Inside, a corridor, old stone, the smell of deep earth and something older. He walked it to its end, to the door he'd known was there, and said the same thing to the same type of wall. It opened into the Chamber of Secrets. It was vast and dark and had the particular quality of spaces that have been sealed long enough to become their own kind of silence. Stone serpents lined the walls, their carved eyes catching his wand light. At the far end, the great stone face of Slytherin himself, jaw locked, something sealed behind it that Harry could feel without being able to see. But he hadn't come for the chamber itself. He'd come for what was beside the entrance, a small alcove, half hidden behind a serpent's coiled tail, containing a stone shelf, and on the stone shelf 3 objects wrapped in cloth that had kept them preserved for 1,000 years. He picked up the first. Unwrapped it. A small glass vial, filled with silver liquid. Memory, stored in the goblin fashion, not pensieve style, more concentrated. The label in Slytherin's hand read, what I actually intended. For the one who comes after. He put it in his pocket. The second, a rolled scroll, sealed with a parseltongue lock. He unsealed it and read the first 3 lines and understood that this was going to require several hours and a dictionary of Old Gaelic magical terminology that he knew was in the Hogwarts library on level 4. He put it in his inside pocket. The third, a small, plain mirror, which showed him nothing but his own reflection until he looked at it with the same quality of attention he'd used in the Potter trial chamber, the full attention of someone prepared to see what was actually there rather than what was expected. What the mirror showed him, in the space between his own reflection and the back of the glass, was a map. He looked at it for a long time. He looked at 3 marked locations. One was the kitchens. One was the 3rd floor corridor that was off limits. One was in the Forbidden Forest, a location he'd need to verify. The places where each founder placed their deepest trust, Rowena's letter had said. Not metaphor. Literal. He wrapped the mirror back in its cloth and put it with the scroll and the vial, and he walked back through the chamber and up through the lower dungeons and back to the Gryffindor Tower. And when he climbed through the portrait hole it was 2 in the morning and Hermione Granger was sitting in the common room with a book and the expression of someone who had waited up not because she was worried but because she had correctly predicted something interesting was about to be reported. Well, she said. He sat down across from her. He put the 3 objects on the table between them. He looked at her. How's your Gaelic, he said. She looked at the scroll. Non-existent, she said. But I can have it in 3 days. Harry nodded. He settled back in his chair. There's more, he said. Quirrell. The scar. What's behind the turban? He paused. I need your help thinking it through. Hermione closed her book. She gave him her full attention, not the performed attention of someone about to be polite, but the real thing, the same quality he brought to everything, turned back at him with the force of someone whose mind worked as fast as his and differently enough to be genuinely useful. Start from the beginning, she said. He did. Chapter 6, What He's Owed. The Gaelic dictionary arrived from Flourish and Blots on Monday morning by a harassed-looking barn owl that Hermione relieved of its delivery with practiced efficiency, and by Tuesday she had taught herself enough archaic magical Gaelic to begin working through Slytherin's scroll in the common room after dinner with the focused speed of someone who treated new languages as puzzles rather than obstacles. Harry spent Monday and Tuesday doing 3 other things simultaneously, which Neville observed with the expression of someone watching a complicated piece of machinery operate and finding it both impressive and slightly alarming. The first thing, he wrote to Arthur Weasley. The meeting happened Monday evening, in Hogsmeade, at the 3 Broomsticks in a back booth that Madame Rosmerta seemed to have reserved on Griphook's instruction without needing to be asked. Arthur Weasley was a tall, thin, red-haired man with the bearing of someone who was fundamentally kind and had been managing a difficult world on insufficient resources for a long time, and he arrived looking like a man who had received a letter that had rearranged several things he thought he understood. He sat down. He looked at Harry. He said, "You're 9. Yes, Harry said. I know. Arthur looked at him for another moment. Then he sat forward and put his hands flat on the table and said, "The rat. Scabbers. He's been with the family for 11 years and Percy had him before Ron, and I never." He stopped. "How sure are you?" The Goblin records identified an unregistered animagus living with a wizarding family as a pet since 1981. The family was listed as Weasley. The physical description matches. Harry paused. "I didn't want to send a letter about this. I needed you to hear it directly." Arthur Weasley looked at the table. His hands on the surface went from flat to fisted and then deliberately flat again, the controlled movement of a man who was feeling something large and managing it carefully. "My children," he said. "He's been in my children's rooms." "Yes. And if he's Pettigrew, he's the reason Sirius Black is in Azkaban." Harry kept his voice even. "He's the one who betrayed my parents. He faked his own death, framed Sirius, and then went to ground in the safest place he could find." He paused. "A family with young children and no reason to be suspicious." Arthur Weasley was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, with a controlled precision that Harry hadn't expected from the impression of cheerful gentleness, "What do I do?" "Don't alert him. If he suspects he's been found, he'll run and we lose him." Harry had been through this with Griphook and Clearwater over 2 planning sessions. The Wisengamot review of Sirius's case comes back this week. When it does, and it's going to go in Sirius's favor, I want to present Pettigrew's location at the same session. Caught, verified, and delivered. Not a story. Evidence. You want to use him as proof. I want to use him as the truth, Harry said. Because that's what he is. The truth of what actually happened that night, which has been sitting in a cage in your house for 11 years because no one was looking properly. Arthur looked at him. He had the expression of someone doing multiple calculations simultaneously, about his family, about justice, about what he owed and what he'd been carrying without knowing. "Molly," he said. "Her brothers. Fabian and Gideon." "The Pruitt debt was the opening move," Harry said quietly. "Getting Pettigrew and Sirius out is the one that matters." He paused. "What Voldemort's forces did to your family was documented. It's on record. That part of the accounting is being handled through the legal system." Arthur looked at him steadily. "You said opening move." "Yes. What's the closing one?" Harry held his gaze. "The people who enabled Voldemort. The ones who gave him access to Ministry files, who bought Death Eater acquittals after the war, who have been obstructing the legal process for 11 years because the legal process would reach them eventually." He paused. "I'm not going to tell you their names tonight, because the list is long and the documentation isn't complete yet. But I want you to know it's coming. And I want you on the right side of it when it does." Arthur Weasley sat with this for a long moment. Outside the window of the 3 broomsticks, Hogsmeade was dark and quiet, the kind of quiet that old magical places had, waited and watching. "My family," Arthur said. "My children, specifically. Ron will be at Hogwarts next year." He looked at Harry directly. "I need to know they're not in the crossfire." "They won't be," Harry said. "This isn't a war. Wars have crossfire. This is law enforcement with sufficient documentation to make defense impossible. The people I'm going after have been relying on the absence of someone with the standing and the evidence to pursue them. They're not going to fight. They're going to fold." "You're very sure of that?" "I'm sure of the documentation," Harry said. "I've read it. All of it. The Gringotts archive, the Wisengamot filings, the Bones family legal records. When the full picture is assembled publicly, the choice for most of them won't be fight or fold. It'll be fold now or fold in a worse position later." Arthur looked at him for a long time. Then he did something that Harry hadn't expected. He reached across the table and put his large hand over Harry's briefly, the gesture of an adult recognizing something in a child that deserved acknowledgement. Your father, Arthur said, would have done this loudly and with great style and probably broken something in the process. He pulled his hand back. Your mother would have done it exactly this way. A pause. I'll keep the rat where he is. You'll have 2 days' notice before the Wiesengemot session. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me, Arthur said, standing. Just make sure Sirius Black gets out. He paused, hand on the back of his chair. He used to come to our house for Christmas, when the boys were little. Before everything. He said it quietly. He used to make motorbikes fly. Harry thought about the motorcycle book left open on the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place, and the coat on the hook, and the photograph on the mirror, and said nothing because sometimes the only correct response was silence. The second thing Harry spent Monday and Tuesday doing was going to see what was behind the third-floor corridor. He went Tuesday afternoon between Transfiguration and dinner, with his wand and the map from the chamber's mirror and the specific quality of unhurried attention he brought to things that needed to be understood before they could be addressed. The corridor door was locked with a standard Alohomora-resistant charm and he didn't use Alohomora. He used the Slytherin house seal, pressed flat against the lock, because the lock was old enough to be older than the charm and the seal was old enough to predate the lock. The door opened. The three-headed dog was real and enormous and in the first seconds of the door opening absolutely intended to do exactly what three-headed dogs did when large doors opened. Harry stood in the doorway and said 3 things quickly, the first in Parseltongue because large reptilian heritage animals tended to respond to it even if they weren't snakes, the second as a general magical calming command that he'd found in the Slytherin Vault's Defensive Practices Manual, the third was just, easy. The dog looked at him with 6 eyes. 3 heads, 6 eyes, the combined assessment of something that was not unintelligent and had been trapped in a room for 2 months and was not enjoying it. Harry walked in slowly. The dog let him. He found the trapdoor. He looked at it with his wand lit and thought about the flannel letter, the stone is safe, I moved it years ago, whatever is being protected at Hogwarts is a copy, and thought about Quirrell and the turban and the way the scar had pulsed during defense against the dark arts with the heat fierce hand had described. Someone was trying to get through this trapdoor. Someone was working their way through whatever series of protections was below it. And the person trying to get through was, ultimately, not Quirrell but what lived behind Quirrell's turban, and what it was going to find when it got to the bottom was a copy. He didn't go through the trapdoor. He stood above it and thought carefully about the shape of the situation, which was, a partial reconstitution of Voldemort's intent, hosted in a Hogwarts professor, working toward an object that wasn't actually there, on a timeline that was probably accelerating toward the end of the school year. He needed to accelerate faster. He found what he needed in the third thing. The third thing was the memory vial from the chamber. He used the Dumbledore's pensieve, which was in Dumbledore's office, and which Harry accessed by the simple expedient of knocking on the gargoyle's door at 7 Tuesday morning and being admitted by an Albus Dumbledore in dressing gown and half-moon spectacles who looked at Harry, at the vial in his hand, and at the time, and said, "Come in, Harry." They used the pensieve together. Salazar Slytherin's memory was old in a way that was viscerally different from reading about old things, it had a texture to it, a quality of presence that was less like watching a recording and more like standing in a room where the air still held the shape of something that happened. Slytherin himself appeared briefly, which was strange, and he looked nothing like the portraits, thinner, sharper, with the quality of someone operating under continuous pressure and finding it, mostly, stimulating. What the memory showed was not what Harry had expected. It showed the founding of the chamber. It showed Slytherin sealing it, not as a place of dark practice, not as a weapon, but as a vault, a repository of knowledge that he believed would be destroyed if left accessible. He had watched, the memory made clear, as the magical world began moving toward the restriction and suppression of certain kinds of knowledge, and he had made the decision to seal it rather than lose it, with the intention that it be opened again when the world was ready or when someone was who would make it ready. He had also hidden something in the chamber that Harry had not found yet, not in the alcove with the 3 objects, somewhere else. The memory showed its location and Harry watched carefully and made note of it. And then the memory showed something else. A conversation, in the chamber, between Slytherin and a young woman with Ravenclaw's documented face, arguing with the focused intensity of people who disagreed about something important and respected each other enough to argue about it properly. The argument was about the sorting. About what the houses would become. About whether division was a tool or a trap. Ravenclaw's position: division was a tool that would become a trap the moment the world forgot it was a choice. Slytherin's position: all tools became traps eventually. The point was to leave instructions for the person who came after. Then the memory ended. Harry pulled out of the pensieve. He stood in Dumbledore's office in the early morning and looked at the instruments on the shelves, dozens of them, spinning and whirring and doing whatever they did in service of a man who had spent decades watching, and then he looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was looking at the pensieve with an expression that had no performance in it at all. He looked, simply, old. Not old in the way that diminished, old in the way that meant he had been carrying things for a long time and was in the process of setting some of them down. Horcruxes, Harry said. How many? Dumbledore looked at him. I believe 7. I have confirmed 2. The diary. What else? A ring. It belonged to the Gaunt family. He paused. It is currently at the Gaunt family's former home in Little Hangleton and it has a very dark curse on it. You should not attempt to retrieve it without the cursebreakers, Harry said. I know. He looked at the pensieve. The one in my scar. Yes. Dumbledore said it quietly. I believe that is one. Unintended. Made in the moment of the curse's rebound. He paused. And I believe there are 4 more, hidden in objects significant to the magical world. A cup. A locket. A diadem. He stopped. And something living, Harry said. Something that could be kept close. Something no one would suspect. Dumbledore looked at him. You've gotten there. The snake, Harry said. Nagini. When he reconstitutes. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was careful. Harry. The one in your scar has to come out eventually, Harry said. Fierce Hand said it's possible. That it requires time and development of a specific technique. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. Which means it can't be the solution. Dying can't be what I have to do to destroy it. So the solution is something else. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Something moved through his expression, not relief exactly, but adjacent to it. I had concluded the same, he said carefully. I had not yet determined the alternative. I'm working on it, Harry said. Don't do anything about the Horcrux in my head without telling me first. I won't, Dumbledore said. A pause. Harry. Yes. I'm sorry. He said it directly, without softening it, without the elaboration that would have turned it into a speech. For the cupboard. For the timing. For the calculation that required your ignorance as a variable. Harry looked at him. He thought about the room with the closed doors. He thought about what McGonagall had said, she asked the right questions and didn't stop asking them, and he thought about what it meant to move forward with the full knowledge of where you'd been. I know, he said. Don't do it again. No, Dumbledore said. I won't. Harry walked to the door. He stopped. The sword, he said. The Gryffindor sword. I'll need it before the end of the year. The cabinet in the corner, Dumbledore said. Second drawer. It's been waiting for you. Harry opened the cabinet. The sword was in a worn scabbard, the rubies in the hilt catching the morning light, its balance when he lifted it the balance of something that had been made for a specific purpose and still remembered what that purpose was. He put it back. Not because he didn't want it. Because the right time for it wasn't yet, and he had learned, in the past 3 weeks, the difference between the right action and the right action at the right time. I'll be back for it, he said. I know, Dumbledore said. Hermione finished the translation Wednesday evening. She set it on the table in the common room in front of Harry and Neville with the expression of someone who had done a significant piece of work and was calibrating how to present what they'd found. "It's a counter-ritual," she said. Salazar Slytherins, written approximately 980 AD, in Old Gaelic with embedded Parseltongue that I could see on the page but obviously couldn't read. She looked at Harry. "Can you read it?" He pulled the scroll toward him. The Parseltongue sections were embedded in the text the way a second melody was embedded in a piece of music, audible if you were listening for it, invisible if you weren't. He read through them. "A soul fragment extraction ritual," he said slowly. "Non-lethal. Designed for exactly this situation," he wrote it for exactly this situation, dark magic creating a fragment in an unintended host. He knew this would happen. Neville said. He knew it was possible, Harry said. He was writing about what happened when extremely dark magic interacted with certain bloodlines. He kept reading. The ritual requires 3 things. The fragment has to be partly awake, in proximity to its source, which means close to wherever Voldemort currently is. The host has to consent and remain conscious throughout. And, he stopped. And? Hermione said. And the wand has to be willing, Harry said. Which is apparently a thing that's different from the wand working. The wand has to specifically choose to perform this ritual. He looked at his wand. The ebony wood with the dragon heartstring. The one that had opinions. He looked at Hermione. Is it the kind of ritual that has to be performed in a specific place? She checked her notes. Ideally somewhere with strong magical resonance and proximity to the source. She looked at him. Like Quirrell's classroom. Not the classroom, Harry said. He thought about the chamber below and the ancient stone and the quality of the place. The chamber. They looked at each other. End of year, Neville said carefully. Whatever Quirrell is building toward happens at the end of the year. Flamel's stone, or the copy of it, that's what's behind the trapdoor. When he goes for it, that's when the fragment wakes up, Harry said. That's when it's close enough to its source to be extracted. He sat back. I need the fragment awake, but I need to be ready when it wakes. And I need Quirrell to make his move before I make mine. You're going to let him go through the trapdoor, Hermione said. It was not quite a question. I'm going to let him get most of the way through, Harry said. And then I'm going to be at the bottom before he is. Neville looked at him. That's either very clever or very dangerous. Both, Harry said. Usually is. He sent 4 owls Thursday morning. 1 to Grip Hook, the timing is the end of the year. Fierce Hand should be available for verification post-ritual. Full details to follow. 1 to Clearwater, the Wisengamot session needs to be scheduled for after the 15th of June. I'll have everything ready by then. Including Pettigrew. 1 to Ragnarok, I found what was in the chamber. We need to talk about the vault below the sealed section. I believe it contains what Slytherin described as the second repository. I'll need the curse breakers before I open it. The 4th owl was the one he thought about longest before writing. He addressed it to Nicholas Flamel. It said, the copy at Hogwarts is going to be used as bait. I'll keep it safe until the end of the year. Tell me the 3rd thing the stone does. The response came back in 4 hours, which given that Flamel was in France and theoretically several hundred years old suggested either very fast owls or a man who had been waiting for this letter. The response said, the stone, in its true form, can unmake what was made in violation of natural law. Including the creation of Horcruxes. You'll need to hold it within the ritual circle during the extraction. Don't drop it. Harry read this 3 times. Then he added it to the collection in his pocket, the photograph, Rowena's letter, the Flamel letter, Clearwater's update, and now this, and went to potions, because it was Thursday and potions was Thursday and the world continued to require attendance even when it was doing very large things. June arrived the way Scottish summers arrived, grudgingly, with frequent reconsideration. The castle was warm and restless with end-of-year examinations and the general mounting energy of 8 months of students approaching the threshold of departure. Harry took his examinations with the same quality of attention he gave everything, which meant he finished the practical components first in most classes and spent the remaining time reviewing the theoretical work not because he needed to but because the act of review revealed patterns he hadn't caught the first time. Hermione finished second in most practicals and first in most written components, and they did not compete about this because neither of them found competition with each other interesting. What they found interesting was the material, and the material was interesting enough on its own terms. Neville had improved in potions to a degree that Snape found professionally annoying and academically undeniable. He had improved in everything, actually, in the gradual steady way of someone who had always had the capability and had simply needed the space to use it. Harry had noticed that Neville worked best when no one was performing an assessment of him, and had spent the year making sure that the space in their corner of the Gryffindor common room was consistently free of that particular pressure. On the 14th of June, Quirrell's classroom door was locked from the inside. Harry noticed because he arrived at 3 minutes to 9 and the door was locked when it was never locked before 9, and there was a quality to the air in the corridor that was the inversion of the quality he'd felt on that first day, the familiar warmth, but active, directed, moving with the focused intent of something that had been waiting and had decided to stop. He touched the scar. The heat was immediate and specific. He walked to the defense classroom, put his hand on the locked door, and said to it in a voice just above silence, "I know you're not in there." He walked to the third-floor corridor. He was through the trapdoor and past the devil's snare and through 3 subsequent obstacles in the time it would take someone to prepare for them, because he had prepared for them in February. He had mapped this in February, when the scar had first begun to register Quirrell's increasing agitation, and he had spent 2 months learning the sequence of protections by the simple method of talking to people who had designed them. The devil's snare had been Sprout's work, and Sprout was straightforward and thorough and had mentioned, in the context of a herbology lesson about magical plant applications, that light and warmth were always the counters, and she had never understood why anyone complicated it. The flying keys had been Flitwick, who had told Harry in the course of a charms conversation that his favorite enchantment had been a set of winged keys he'd designed for a practical exercise. The chess set was McGonagall's, and Harry had been studying her approach to strategy since September. He got through in 9 minutes. Not because he was rushing, because he'd done the preparation. The final room had a table with 7 potions on it and a riddle, which he solved in 40 seconds because the riddle was straightforward once you recognized it as a logic puzzle rather than a magic test, and he drank the right potion and walked through the black flame. Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror of Eriste. The mirror was showing him something that was clearly not what was actually happening, which was what Dumbledore had built it to do. The stone appeared to anyone looking for it to use, but appeared to whoever wanted to find it without using it. Quirrell's mirror showed him something that was not the stone. Quirrell was raging at it in a voice that was not quite his own. Harry walked in. Quirrell turned. The moment Harry crossed the threshold, the scar lit with an intensity that was beyond heat. It was the feeling of the knot behind it pulling, straining, something in it recognizing what it was proximate to. Harry stood in it without flinching and held it at arm's length in his mind, the way Fierce Hand had described, identifying it, not following it, watching the emotion it tried to generate from outside the emotion rather than inside it. The emotion it tried to generate was fear. He identified it as not his. "You found me," Quirrell said. His stammer was gone. "Remarkable. A first year." "I found you in September," Harry said. "I've been waiting for you to make your move." Quirrell looked at him with the pale, empty eyes of someone whose will had been substantially rented out. "The Dark Lord wants a word with you." "I know," Harry said. "That's actually why I'm here." He had the stone, the copy, the real stone-shaped copy, retrieved yesterday from the mirror's hiding mechanism using the same principle Dumbledore had built into it, the principle of approaching it without intent to use, in his left hand, wrapped in a cloth from the chamber. He had his wand in his right. He had the Slytherin Scrolls ritual memorized and the section in Parseltongue sitting in the part of his mind where things that needed to be accessed quickly lived. The ritual required proximity. It required consent, which he'd given to himself 3 nights ago in the common room with Hermione and Neville as witnesses. It required the wand's willingness. He looked at his wand. "You've been waiting 43 years, he said quietly, in English, because the wand didn't need Parseltongue, it just needed honesty. This is what for." The wand went warm in his hand. Not fireworks. Not drama. Just that settling, that correctness, that key-and-lock recognition of something reaching its purpose. Quirrell took a step toward him. "Don't," Harry said. And the single word carried something that was not a threat, not entirely. It was the quality of something that had been made correctly meeting something that had not, and the meeting itself creating a kind of pressure. Quirrell stopped. Harry placed the stone on the floor between them. He kept his hand on it. He began the ritual. The Parseltongue came from below his regular voice, from the same place it always came from, and the chamber had been the right instinct, even this far from it, the ancient resonance of Slytherin's working amplified through the school's foundations, through the ley lines that ran warm and certain now beneath Britain, and he felt all 17 house seals in his blood engage simultaneously, which was not something that had happened before, a deep harmonic that he recognized afterward as what? It felt like to have every piece of yourself aligned in the same direction. The knot behind the scar tightened. Pulled. Then it did something that was not painful and not pleasant, it detached, like something that had been a bruise and was now releasing. Harry kept his hand flat on the stone and his wand steady and his eyes on Quirrell and let the detachment happen. The fragment came out like a splinter, small and dark and absolutely furious, erupting from the scar with the concentrated rage of something that had been held too long in too small a space. It hit the air of the room and the stone absorbed it, the real stone-shaped copy flickering with a light that the real stone apparently communicated to its copies because Flamel had built it that way, and the fragment went into the light and did not come back out. The scar went quiet. For the first time since he was 1 year old, the scar went completely quiet. Harry stood in the silence of it for 1 full second. He took a breath. Then Quirrell screamed. The scream was not Quirrell's. It came from what lived in the back of the turban, and it came with a force that blew the turban sideways and revealed a face that was a face only in the technical sense, a face on the back of a head, grey and red-eyed and screaming with the raw fury of something that had just had one of its anchor points ripped away. Harry looked at it. He had stood in front of the figure in the Peveril trial chamber and the figure had inclined its head, and he held that, and looked at the face on the back of Quirrell's head, and felt what it actually was, not the terrible figure it had been, not the thing that had walked through the world killing for a decade. A fragment. An intent without sufficient form. Furious and cold and, underneath both, diminished in a way it could not acknowledge. "You're not what you were," Harry said. He said it without cruelty. Just accurately. "The Horcrux in me is gone. The process of destroying the others has started. Your anchor in this body is failing." The red eyes burned at him. "You'll go eventually," Harry said. "That's not a threat. It's just what happens." He looked at Quirrell, who had gone very still, and understood that Quirrell himself was in there somewhere, behind the occupation, in a state that was beyond medically addressable but had not yet ended. "I'm sorry," he said, to Quirrell rather than the thing. "I am sorry this happened to you." Quirrell looked at him with both sets of eyes, his own behind the others, and something moved through his face that was fleeting and human, something that had been waiting for acknowledgement for a very long time. Then Quirrell collapsed. Harry did not catch him. He couldn't have, the collapse was immediate and complete. He knelt beside Quirrell quickly and did the one check he could do, and the result of the check was that what remained in the body after the thing had detached was insufficient to sustain it. He stood. He picked up the stone. He looked at the mirror of Eriste, which was now showing him something he hadn't expected, not his family, not what people said it showed, but a brief clear image of a house by water, in sunlight, and a man with long dark hair who was laughing at something. "I know," Harry said, to the mirror. "Soon." He walked out of the room with the stone in his hand and went back up through every obstacle in reverse, and none of them gave him any trouble because they had been designed for someone going in, not someone coming out. The Wisengamot session was the 17th of June. Harry sat in the center of the chamber floor in the same spot he'd stood in August, 307 days ago, except that this time the chamber was full, not just the members, but observers in the gallery above, more observers than the gallery was designed for, standing in the aisles. The word had gotten out in the way that things got out in the wizarding world, which was to say Hermione had made a comment in the library to Theodore Nott's older cousin and the older cousin had mentioned it to 6 people and those 6 people had each told 6 more. Clearwater was at the table to his left with 9 filings in her folio. Griphook was to his right with the Gringotts documentation. Arthur Weasley was in the gallery with a box under his arm that contained a rat that had been given a mild sleeping draught in its morning food and was currently unaware of its role in the day's proceedings. Amelia Bones was in the first tier with the expression of someone who had been waiting for this day for 11 years and had decided to wear her best robes. Dumbledore was in the Chief Warlock's chair with his hands folded and his kind eyes steady and the look of a man who had read every one of Clearwater's filings and found that his estimation of Harry's preparation, which he had adjusted upwards several times already, required adjustment once more. Lucius Malfoy was in the second tier, and he was different from the Lucius Malfoy of August. Not diminished, Lucius Malfoy was not a man who diminished, but altered, the way a building was altered when you removed a load-bearing assumption and found it didn't fall. He had spent 9 months watching Harry operate through legal channels and finding that his model of what Harry was continued to require revision, and he had the expression of someone who had decided, somewhere in the revision process, that a specific kind of adaptation was called for. He caught Harry's eye when Harry looked at him and gave him a nod that was cool and precise and, underneath both, respectful. Harry nodded back. Sirius Black was not in the chamber. He was in St. Mungo's, which was where he had been for 4 days since the preliminary review had ordered his immediate release pending the full hearing, and Harry had been to visit him once, on Tuesday evening, in a small room that smelled of healer's potions and the particular sterile sadness of places where people came to recover. Sirius had looked at Harry across that room with the expression of someone encountering something so far outside their prepared framework that the framework itself was inadequate. He looked too thin and too tired and he had the eyes of someone who had been through something that left marks you didn't stop finding for years. But when Harry had pulled out the photograph from the mirror and set it on the bedside table, Sirius had looked at it for a long moment and the expression had changed, slowly, the way daylight changed at the end of a very long night, not all at once but incrementally, the gradual return of something that had been absent a long time. "You were in my room," Sirius had said. "I went to Grimmauld Place in August," Harry said. "It recognized me." "I thought," Sirius stopped. He looked at the photograph. "You look like James." "I know. I've got my mother's eyes." "Yeah." Sirius looked at him. "Yeah, you do." A pause, and his voice was rough in a way that had nothing to do with physical recovery. 12 years. "Harry, not yet," Harry said, not unkindly. "When you're out properly. When you're home." He looked at Sirius steadily. "The house is ready. Griphook organized it. It's clean and warded and the kitchen is mostly how you left it." "The motorcycle book," Sirius said, "is on the table." Sirius looked at him for another long moment. Then he said, with the quality of someone testing whether something was real by applying small weight to it, "Your father would have been." "I know," Harry said. "I know he would have." And they had sat for a while in the small room and said nothing else, because sometimes the nothing else was what was needed, and Harry had learned, over the course of the year, which moments called for which. "This session of the Wisengamot is called to order," Dumbledore said, and the gallery above went quiet, and the tiers went quiet, and Harry stood in the center of the old stone chamber and looked up at the faces looking down at him and thought about what it was to stand in the right place at the right time with the right information. He had the 47 active claims, of which he was filing 22 today. He had the founding compact reinstatement documentation. He had the Sirius Black case, its review complete, its conclusion unambiguous. He had Peter Pettigrew, currently in a box in the gallery, whose identification had been confirmed by 3 independent cursebreakers and whose animagus transformation the Wisengamot was about to witness in approximately 40 minutes. He had the Lo Fei educational claim, filed as a companion piece to the founding compact reinstatement, which would require the ministry to conduct a full review of Muggle-born classification practices going back to 1853. He had the Council of Britain documentation, with a formal request that the council be convened, supported by the 3 seats he held and 2 additional seats whose holders had sent letters of support in the past week. He had the Bones family's Warrior legal cases, all 3, refiled under his standing with full archive documentation. He had, in the gallery beside Arthur Weasley, Hermione Granger, who had spent the morning finishing an addendum to the Lo Fei claim that was the most comprehensive legal argument Harry had ever read that hadn't been written by a qualified solicitor and several of which he suspected were better than ones that had been. She had written it because it was right and because the gaps in her own history were part of what needed to be corrected, and she had made that choice herself, clearly and without drama. He had, in the gallery, Neville Longbottom beside Augusta Longbottom, and Neville was watching the chamber with the focused attention of someone who had spent a year learning that paying attention was how you prepared for the moments that mattered. He had, somewhere in France, Nicholas Flamel with the real stone and knowledge of what had happened in the mirror room, which had reached Flamel by Wednesday via Goblin courier and which Flamel had responded to with a letter that said only, "Excellent. I'll be in touch about the cup and the locket. Don't rush." He had, at the ministry, an unspeakable named Croker who had quietly contacted Clearwater after the preliminary serious review to indicate that the Department of Mysteries had documentation about several Death Eater cases that had been sealed at the request of Senior Under-Secretary to the Minister Dolores Umbridge in 1982, and that he had been waiting for someone with standing to unseal it. He had all of this. He had spent 10 months building toward this morning, one move at a time, each one legal, each one documented, each one designed not to destroy the system but to make the system do what it was supposed to do. The first matter before this session, Clearwater said, rising from the table, is the formal completion of the review of the imprisonment of Sirius Orion Black. The reviewing committee's conclusion is, unlawful, said the committee chair, a small, precise wizard named Marchbanks who had been examining Wisengamot records for 40 years and had apparently found the Black case file personally offensive. Unlawfully imprisoned without charge, without trial, without warrant, and without any of the procedural protections guaranteed under the Wisengamot Charter of 1398. The committee recommends immediate formal exoneration, full expungement of the record, and financial reparation to be determined. The chamber was quiet. In addition, Marchbanks continued, with the quality of someone who had been working up to the next part for several days, the committee has referred the conduct of Bartemius Crouch Sr. in authorizing the arrest to a formal review for professional misconduct. The statute of limitations has not expired as the harm is ongoing. More quiet. A different quality of quiet. Dumbledore said, the chair calls a vote on the formal exoneration of Sirius Orion Black. The vote was 37-4. Harry looked at the 4 who voted against. He noted their names. He added them to a list he was keeping in his head and would later provide to Clearwater. The second matter, Clearwater said, and she was already lifting the next document, is the presentation of new evidence in the matter of the Secret Keeper betrayal of November 1981 and the death of Peter Pettigrew. She looked at the gallery. Arthur Weasley stood and walked down to the chamber floor with the box. The next 2 hours were the kind of hours that became history. Pettigrew's transformation was performed by a ministry cursebreaker under controlled conditions with 12 witnesses and 3 separate verification charms, and the rat became the man, small, pale, with a missing finger and eyes that had spent 11 years perfecting the performance of innocence and which now, in the chamber, in front of 37 Wisengamot members, finally ran out of performance and became simply afraid. He didn't deny it for long. Clearwater had the archived documentation, the timeline, the testimony from 6 separate sources who had been present at various points in the sequence. Pettigrew's counterargument lasted approximately 8 minutes before it collapsed under the weight of the documentation, and after it collapsed he went very still and said nothing more. The vote to add him to the formal record of those responsible for the Potters' deaths was 40-1. Harry spent the vote looking at the table in front of him. He was thinking about the photograph in his pocket. He was thinking about the motorcycle book on the kitchen table. He was not performing anything, he simply sat with the weight of the moment, which was heavy and also, underneath the heaviness, something that moved in the direction of right. After the vote, Dumbledore looked at him from the Chief Warlock's chair with those kind eyes and an expression that said several things simultaneously, all of them true, and Harry looked back with the expression of someone who understood all of them and was at peace with the complexity. Then Clearwater stood again for the third matter, and the fourth, and they kept going. The sun was going down when the session ended. The 22 claims had been filed, the Lulfay Educational Review had been ordered, the Council of Britain request had been referred to a special committee with a mandate to report within 60 days, the Bones family cases had been reopened, and 3 other matters Harry had not flagged publicly had been added to the record as a result of information that had come forward during the session from people who had been waiting for a moment that felt safe enough to speak. The gallery had been very full and very quiet throughout, which was not usually how Wizengamot galleries behaved. At several points, the Pettigrew identification, the formal exoneration vote, the reading of the Lulfay claim, which Hermione had argued from the gallery in a 5-minute statement that made 3 members of the first tier sit forward, the silence had had that particular quality that certain silences had, the silence of a room full of people updating something they had thought was fixed. Lucius Malfoy had voted for the Sirius Black exoneration. Harry had noticed. He had filed it. He was not going to mention it because mentioning it would change what it was, which was a man making a private calculation toward a different kind of position, and that calculation deserved room to develop or not develop on its own terms. He was walking out of the chamber when Amelia Bones fell into step beside him. "The Lulfay claim," she said. "The Educational Review. I've been a Wizengamot member for 12 years and no one has moved on that in 12 years. She looked at him. "Your Muggle-born friend. The one who argued it today." "Hermione," Harry said. "She's going to be a solicitor," Amelia said. "Not a question. A declaration." "She's going to be whatever she decides," Harry said. "Which is the point." Amelia Bones looked at him with her monocle and her strong jaw and the eyes of a woman who had lost a brother and spent 11 years doing the work anyway. "Your houses," she said. "The Bones cadet line. What does that mean to you practically?" "It means your family's legal work from the First War doesn't disappear when you're not there to push it," Harry said. "It means you have standing in every chamber I have standing in. It means the Bones family has a claim to the record being corrected, and I intend to see that it is." She looked at him for another moment. Then she said, "Thank you, Lord Potter." "Harry," he said. She looked briefly surprised. Then, "Harry." She nodded and walked away. He stepped out of the ministry into the evening, and London was doing what London did in June evenings, sitting in gold light, enormous and indifferent and alive, full of people who didn't know what had happened in the chamber today and whose lives were going to be changed by it anyway, the way water changed everything it moved through without knowing it did. Griphook was at his elbow. Hermione appeared on his other side, slightly breathless from getting down from the gallery. "How did it go?" she said. He looked at her. "All 22. The Educational Review. The Council referral. Pettigrew on the record." He paused. "Sirius is exonerated." She breathed out. "The Lulfay claim. The committee? 4 of them are already interested. Marchbanks pulled me aside during the break, she's been waiting for it for 30 years. She just needed someone to file it." He paused. "The work isn't finished. The review will take a year and the implementation will take more than that. But it's in the system now. It has standing. It can't be quietly removed." Hermione nodded. She had the expression of someone who had understood from the beginning that this was not a single event but a process, and who had made peace with that, and who was in it for the process. "What next?" she said. He thought about it. He thought about the Horcruxes, the ring in Little Hangleton, the cup and the locket somewhere, the diadem in the room of requirement which he'd found in April and hadn't touched yet because Flamel had said don't rush and he had found Flamel's instincts reliable. He thought about Voldemort, currently not in a body, currently without the scar fragment, currently reduced, not gone. He thought about the chamber's sealed vault and what was in it, and the 3 things Rowena had hidden, and the founding compact curriculum review with McGonagall that was 1 meeting into what he expected to be a year of meetings. He thought about Sirius in St. Mungo's and the house with the motorcycle book on the kitchen table. He thought about Neville, who had stood up in the gallery today and watched and said nothing and understood everything, and who had told Harry last week, quietly, that he wanted to be an Auror, and that he hadn't told anyone else yet because he'd never said it out loud before and needed to hear how it sounded. He thought about the 37 inches and the piece of string and the £2.43 and the blade of light from the hallway crack. He thought about the goblin bus with the shimmering destination board and Ragnarok across the desk with his mercury eyes, and there it is in a language he hadn't had the translation for yet. He thought about what it was to have room. The Horcruxes need handling before he reconstitutes, he said. I want to get to the ring before he can use it. Flamel's working on the cup and the locket with the curse breakers. He sent a letter yesterday. He's going to be in London in 2 weeks. The diadem is at Hogwarts and I know where it is. He paused. The diary, I need to find out where that is. It's not in the archive documentation but the Malfoy connection is there. Somewhere in Malfoy Manor. Griphook made a quiet note. He had been making quiet notes all day with the focused industry of someone who was completely in his element. And Quirrell? Hermione said. St. Mungo's confirmed he'll recover, Harry said. The thing that was in him is gone. He'll need extensive healing and possibly a memory charm he specifically consents to, but he has the option of a life afterward. A pause. I left that to the healers. It's their domain. Hermione nodded. The diary, she said. Malfoy Manor. Yes. She made a note. Harry had stopped being surprised by what Hermione committed to follow through on without being asked. They walked down the ministry steps into the gold evening and the city was alive around them, and Harry kept walking, unhurried, with his hands in his pockets and his wand in his right hand and the photograph and the letters and the weight of 17 names sitting in his chest with the settled certainty of things that had found their right place. He was 9 years old. He was the Lord of 17 houses, the holder of the founding compact of Hogwarts, the petitioner behind the most significant Wisengamot session in 30 years, the person who had removed a Horcrux from his own scar in a ritual chamber using a 1,000-year-old scroll, the godson of a man who had just been exonerated after 11 years and who was going home to a house that had been waiting. He was a boy who had learned to read by the light of a crack in a hallway wall, and he was the most powerful wizard in Britain by standing and by blood and by the simple fact of having done the work with the material available, and he was not afraid of anyone, and he did not need rescuing, and he had not been anyone's instrument, and he was 9 years old. He was also, he realized as they reached the pavement and the evening light came down through London's particular gold, genuinely hungry. Is Grimmauld Place set up for dinner? He said to Griphook. I instructed the house elves this morning, Griphook said. They were enthusiastic. Good, Harry said. He looked at Hermione. Come for dinner. Bring Neville. He paused. We'll work on the Horcrux timeline afterward. Obviously, Hermione said, and fell into step. Griphook fell into step on the other side, and they walked together through the London evening, and the city moved around them, enormous and alive and indifferent, and the ley lines beneath their feet ran warm and certain through the old rock, and somewhere in a hospital room a man with 2 thin hands was looking at a photograph of 4 young people laughing, and the world was beginning, in its slow and consequential way, to be set right.